The Debt and the Deal. A Forbidden Billionaire Romance. Prologue. The Envelope. Elena's POV. The envelope arrived on a Thursday. Elena Morgan had always thought ruin would announce itself with drama. Sirens, shouting, the crack of something irreparable breaking. Instead, it came in cream-colored linen paper, hand-delivered by a process server who wouldn't meet her eyes. She stood in the foyer of the Brooklyn Heights brownstone, her childhood home, and felt the floor tilt beneath her feet. Notice of foreclosure. The words blurred. She blinked, forced them back into focus. 60 days. The bank would take the house in 60 days unless she produced $847,000, the sum of her late father's debts, now her inheritance along with his antique watch and a collection of empty apologies. "Ma'am?" The process server shifted his weight. "I need you to sign." Elena's hand moved automatically. Her signature looked like someone else's, too steady, too controlled. The man left. The door clicked shut with the soft, final sound of a lock catching. She walked through rooms that suddenly felt like a museum. The parlor where her mother had taught her to identify brushstrokes in oil paintings. The kitchen where her father had made Sunday pancakes, before the gambling, before the lying, before the heart attack that had taken him 6 months ago and left her with this. The studio on the 3rd floor still smelled like linseed oil and turpentine. Her current project, a damaged Baroque portrait, commissioned by a private collector, sat on the easel, half restored. The client would pay $12,000 upon completion. She'd already calculated, even if she took every job offered, worked every hour, she'd raise maybe $200,000 in 60 days. Not enough. Not even close. Elena pressed her forehead against the window. Manhattan glittered across the East River, indifferent and beautiful. Somewhere in one of those towers, people made $847,000 in a day. In an hour. She'd chosen art conservation because she loved it, because saving damaged things felt like redemption. Her father had supported that choice, even when money got tight. Before she knew how tight. Before she understood that his support was built on credit cards and poker debts and loans from men whose names she was still discovering. Her phone buzzed. A text from her best friend, "Sophie, dinner tomorrow? You've been ghosting." Elena typed back, "Can't. Working." The lie came easily now. She'd gotten good at them, smiling through gallery openings while calculating which utilities she could delay, laughing at drinks she couldn't afford, pretending the weight pressing down on her chest was anything other than drowning. She was 28 years old, and she was going to lose everything. The second envelope arrived an hour later. This one came via courier, a man in a black suit who looked like he cost more than her monthly grocery budget. He handed her a manila folder embossed with a logo she didn't recognize, a stark, geometric C. "From Mr. Cross," he said. "He'll expect your answer within 48 hours. "I don't know any." But the courier was already walking back to the black town car idling at the curb. Elena watched it pull away, then looked down at the folder in her hands. Inside, a single sheet of paper, typed on heavy stock. "Ms. Morgan, I am prepared to clear your father's outstanding debts in their entirety, $847,000, plus associated fees and penalties. In exchange, you will enter into a 1-year marriage contract with terms to be negotiated in person. This is a business arrangement. Your responsibilities will include public appearances as my wife and residence in my home. The marriage will be legally binding but remain unconsummated unless mutually agreed upon. At the end of 1 year, you will receive a divorce settlement of $500,000 and full ownership of the Brooklyn Heights property, free and clear. If you agree to discuss terms, come to the address below tomorrow at 7 p.m. Come alone. Damien Cross." Elena read it twice. 3 times. The words didn't change. Marriage contract. Business arrangement. 1 year. Her hands started shaking. She pulled out her laptop, typed the name into the search bar. Damien Cross. The results loaded, and her stomach dropped. Manhattan venture capitalist worth $2.3 billion. Cross Capital acquires tech startup for $800 million. The man who never loses. Inside Damien Cross's empire, the images showed a man in his mid-30s, dark-haired, severe. Sharp cheekbones and sharper suits. In every photo, his expression was the same, controlled, calculating, cold. The articles painted him as brilliant and ruthless, a self-made billionaire who'd built his fortune by knowing exactly when to strike and whom to destroy. Elena clicked through pages of results, her pulse hammering. Why would someone like that want to marry her? Why would he even know she existed? She was nobody. An art conservator with a modest client list and a crumbling inheritance. She didn't move in his world. She'd never even been to Manhattan except for gallery visits, and her breath caught.
At the bottom of the folder, beneath the letter, was a photograph. It was old, slightly faded. A poker table at some private club, green felt and crystal tumblers. Her father sat on the left, younger, healthier, his smile wide and careless. Across from him, Damien Cross, looking barely 30, leaner but just as cold. They were shaking hands. Elena's vision tunneled. She flipped the photo over. On the back, in her father's handwriting, D. Cross, The Platinum Room, March 2019. 5 years ago. A year before her father's debts had spiraled completely out of control. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't some random billionaire's charitable impulse. Damien Cross had known her father, had sat across from him at a poker table, and now he was offering to erase debts that, Elena's mind raced, he might have been involved in creating. She grabbed her phone, pulled up her father's old contacts, found his lawyer, a semi-retired man named Bernard who'd handled the estate. He answered on the third ring. Elena, I was going to call you. Bernard, did my father ever mention someone named Damien Cross? A long pause. Where did you hear that name? Answer the question. Elena. Bernard sighed. Your father had a lot of creditors. I don't know all the details. But yes, Cross Capital held several of his outstanding loans. They bought the debt from the original lenders about 3 years ago. Her chest tightened. How much? Most of it. Maybe $600,000 worth. I tried to negotiate, but Cross's people wouldn't budge. They wanted full payment, and they wanted... He stopped. Wanted what? They wanted information. About you, your address, your work, your financial situation. I told them I couldn't provide that without your consent, but... Another pause. Elena, if Damien Cross has contacted you, be very careful. That man doesn't do anything without a reason. She ended the call. Her hands were steady now. The shaking had stopped, replaced by something colder. Damien Cross had bought her father's debt, had tracked her down, had waited until she was desperate enough, cornered enough, to make an offer she couldn't refuse. This was a trap. It had to be. But it was also $847,000. It was the brownstone, her mother's memory, her father's ghost, the only home she'd ever known. It was 1 year of her life against losing everything. Elena looked at the address on the letter, a Tribeca high-rise. Of course, she had 48 hours to decide. She spent the first 24 researching. Damien Cross had no social media presence, no scandals, no ex-wives, no public relationships at all. The business press called him a ghost, brilliant but invisible, controlling his empire from behind layers of lawyers and intermediaries. The only personal detail she found was buried in a 5-year-old profile. He'd grown up in foster care, built his first company at 23, and never looked back. No family, no ties, no weaknesses. A man who'd made himself untouchable. Elena stood in her studio at 6:30 p.m. the next day, watching the sunset over Manhattan. She'd showered, dressed in the only professional outfit she owned that wasn't paint-stained, a black sheet dress and her mother's pearl earrings. She looked like she was going to a funeral. Maybe she was. The funeral of whatever life she thought she'd have. Her phone sat on the work table, the address glowing on the screen. She could still walk away, let the bank take the house, file for bankruptcy, start over somewhere else. Portland, maybe, or Philadelphia. Somewhere cheaper, smaller, where she could rebuild without her father's mistakes crushing her. But this house held every memory of her mother, who died when Elena was 16. Every painting her mother had loved, every room they'd walked through together, Losing it would mean losing her twice. Elena picked up her phone. She called a car. The driver dropped her in front of a glass tower that seemed to scrape the sky itself. The lobby was all marble and recessed lighting, aggressively expensive. A security guard checked her name against a list, then directed her to a private elevator. "Penthouse," he said. "Mr. Cross is expecting you." The elevator rose so smoothly she barely felt it move. 40 floors in silence. When the doors opened, she stepped directly into an apartment. No hallway, no buffer. Floor-to-ceiling windows framed the Manhattan skyline. The furniture was minimal, modern, cold. Everything in shades of black and gray and steel. And standing by the windows, silhouetted against the city lights, was Damien Cross. He turned. The photographs hadn't prepared her. He was taller than she'd expected, broader through the shoulders. The suit was bespoke, charcoal gray, perfectly tailored. But it was his face that stopped her. Sharp and severe, yes, but also unnervingly focused. When his eyes met hers, she felt dissected. "Ms. Morgan." His voice was low, controlled. "You came." Elena forced herself to walk forward, to not show the fear crackling through her nerves. "You didn't leave me much choice." "There's always a choice." He moved toward a bar cart, poured 2 glasses of whiskey without asking if she wanted one. "You could have ignored my offer. Let the bank foreclose. Start it over." "Could I?" She didn't take the glass he offered. "Or would you have bought that debt too? Followed me wherever I went." Something flickered in his expression, not quite a smile. "You're smarter than your father." The words hit like a slap. Elena's jaw tightened. "Don't talk about him." "Why not? He's the reason you're here." Damien set both glasses down, leaned against the bar. Richard Morgan. Charming, reckless. Terrible at poker. He owed money to half of Manhattan's underground card rooms. "I consolidated his debt because it was good business. I'm offering you this contract for the same reason." "What reason? Why do you need a wife?" "That's not your concern. It is if you expect me to sign anything." They stared at each other. The apartment was so quiet Elena could hear her own heartbeat. Finally, Damien reached into his jacket, pulled out a folded document. "Read it. Take your time. I'll answer questions when you're done." Elena took the contract. It was 20 pages, dense with legal language. She sat on the edge of a leather sofa and read every word. The terms were exactly as he described. 1 year, public appearances, separate bedrooms. No consummation required. A divorce settlement and the brownstone at the end. But buried in the clauses were other details. She would live in his home, attend his events, present as a devoted wife in all public settings. Any breach of contract would result in immediate termination of the agreement and forfeiture of all compensation. She would belong to him, at least in appearance. Elena looked up. Damien stood by the windows again, watching the city, waiting. "This is insane," she said. "Yes. I don't even know you." "You'll learn." "Why me?" The question came out rawer than she'd intended. "You could marry anyone. Someone from your world. Why go through all this?" Damien turned. The city lights behind him made his face hard to read, all shadow and sharp edges. "Because you need me," he said simply. "And I need someone who won't confuse this arrangement with something it's not. Someone who will hate me just enough to keep boundaries clear." Elena's throat tightened. "You want me to hate you?" "I want you to be smart enough not to fall in love with me." He moved closer, stopped 3 feet away, close enough that she had to tilt her head back to meet his eyes. "This is business, Ms. Morgan. I'm offering you a way out of your father's mess. 1 year of your life for financial security and your home. That's the deal. Nothing more." She should walk away. Every instinct screamed it, but she thought of the brownstone, her mother's paintings, the studio where she'd learned to see beauty in damaged things. She thought of her father's handwriting on the back of that photograph. "I need to know," she said quietly. "That poker game. What happened?" Damien's expression didn't change. "Your father lost. I won. That's what happens at poker tables." "That's not an answer." "It's the only one you're getting tonight." He nodded toward the contract. "You have until tomorrow at noon. After that, the offer expires. Elena stood. Her legs felt unsteady, but she kept her spine straight. If I sign this, I want one thing added. I don't negotiate. Then I don't sign. She met his gaze, held it. I want access to my father's files. Everything related to his debt. Every transaction, every loan, every poker game. If I'm going to sell a year of my life, I want the truth about why. Damien studied her. The silence stretched so long she thought he'd refuse. Then, fine, but you won't like what you find. I'll take that risk. He pulled out his phone, typed something. My lawyer will add the clause. You'll have a revised contract by morning. He walked to the elevator, pressed the call button. The car will take you home. Elena gathered her bag. As she stepped into the elevator, she looked back. Damien stood in the center of his penthouse, surrounded by glass and steel and the glittering indifference of Manhattan. He looked exactly like what he was. A man who'd built walls so high, nothing could touch him. 1 year, she said. 1 year, he agreed. The elevator doors closed. Elena leaned against the wall, closed her eyes, and tried to remember how to breathe. Somewhere in her bag, her phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. The contract will arrive at 8 a.m. Read it carefully. This is your last chance to walk away. She didn't respond. When she got home, she climbed to the studio and stood in front of her mother's favorite painting, a small Baroque piece, Madonna and Child, dark and luminous. Her mother used to say that restoration was about seeing what was always there, hidden under damage and time. Elena wondered what she'd find when she looked beneath Damien Cross's carefully constructed surface. And she wondered what he'd find in her. At 8 a.m. the next morning, the revised contract arrived. At 11:47 a.m., Elena signed it. At noon, her phone rang. Damien's voice, cool and certain. Pack a bag. You move in tonight. Elena looked around her studio one last time. At the paintings, the light, the life she was leaving behind. I'll be ready, she said. She hung up and pressed her hand against her chest, feeling her heart hammer against her ribs. 1 year. She could survive anything for 1 year. Even this.
Chapter 1. The Contract. Damien's POV. Damien Cross had built his empire on the principle that everything and everyone had a price. He stood at the window of his penthouse office, 43 floors above Tribeca, and watched Elena Morgan's town car pull up to the curb. 7:02 p.m. She was late, which meant she'd almost turned back. The ones who hesitated made cleaner transactions. They'd already done the cost-benefit analysis, already decided survival outweighed pride. His phone buzzed. Marcus, his head of security, she's in the lobby. Damien didn't respond. He poured 2 glasses of Macallan 25, set them on the bar cart with geometric precision, then returned to his position by the window. The city sprawled beneath him, a circuit board of light and shadow. He'd conquered most of it by 35, the parts that mattered, anyway. Real estate, tech startups, venture capital. He knew which companies would soar and which would crash before their founders did. People were no different. Patterns, leverage points, breaking thresholds. Richard Morgan had been easy to read, a man who confused charm with intelligence, who believed his luck would turn right up until the heart attack took him. Damien had bought his debt 3 years ago not for profit but for insurance. Because Richard Morgan had owed him more than money. The elevator chimed. Damien turned as the doors opened and Elena stepped into his apartment. The photographs his investigator had provided hadn't captured her correctly. They'd shown a pretty woman with dark hair and careful posture, someone who'd photograph well at charity galas. But in person, she carried herself differently. Spine straight, shoulders back, chin lifted just enough to signal she wouldn't break easily. She wore a simple black dress and pearl earrings that had probably belonged to her mother. No jewelry otherwise. No armor except the set of her jaw. Their eyes met across 30 feet of imported marble. Ms. Morgan. He kept his voice neutral, a scalpel rather than a hammer. You came. You didn't leave me much choice. She walked forward, heels clicking against stone. Each step measured, controlled. She stopped at the edge of the seating area, didn't sit. There's always a choice. Damien moved to the bar cart, lifted both glasses. You could have ignored my offer. Let the bank foreclose. Started over. Could I? She didn't reach for the whiskey he extended. Or would you have bought that debt too? Followed me wherever I went. Smart. She'd done her research, understood he didn't make moves without multiple contingencies. Damien set both glasses down, leaned against the bar. You're smarter than your father. Her expression shuddered. Don't talk about him. Why not? He's the reason you're here. Damien studied her face, cataloging the micro-expressions: grief, anger, shame. All useful. Richard Morgan. Charming, reckless, terrible at poker. He owed money to half of Manhattan's underground card rooms. I consolidated his debt because it was good business. I'm offering you this contract for the same reason. What reason? Why do you need a wife? Direct. He appreciated that. Most people danced around questions when they were desperate. That's not your concern. It is if you expect me to sign anything. Damien pushed off the bar, reached into his jacket for the contract he'd had prepared. 20 pages, every clause vetted by 3 separate law firms. Airtight. Read it. Take your time. I'll answer questions when you're done. She took the document like it might burn her, sat on the edge of his sofa, perched, ready to bolt, and began reading. Her eyes moved quickly, but she didn't skim. She read every word, occasionally backtracking, her lips moving slightly when she hit the legal terminology. Damien returned to the window. Gave her space, let her think she had control over the situation. Below, traffic crawled through Tribeca's narrow streets. From up here, people looked like cells in an organism, each moving with purpose they thought was their own. He'd learned young that control was the only currency that mattered. Everything else, money, power, reputation, were just tools to maintain it. His mother had taught him that lesson when she'd left him at a fire station at 7 years old, no note, no explanation. Just a boy with a trash bag of clothes and the understanding that people left when you needed them most. He'd spent the next 11 years in foster care, learning to read people, to anticipate abandonment, to never need anyone enough that their leaving could destroy him. At 18 he'd walked away with a GED, $200, and a singular focus, build walls so high that nothing could touch him again. Now he had everything. And he was about to lose it because a dying man had decided to play God. This is insane, Elena said behind him. Damien turned. She'd finished reading, the contract resting on her knees. Her knuckles were white where she gripped it. Yes. I don't even know you. You'll learn. Why me? The question came out rawer than she'd probably intended, a crack in her composure. You could marry anyone. Someone from your world. Why go through all this? Damien crossed the room, stopped precisely 3 feet away. Close enough to dominate the space, far enough to avoid crowding. He needed her off balance but not panicked. Because you need me. And I need someone who won't confuse this arrangement with something it's not. Someone who'll hate me just enough to keep boundaries clear. She stood, bringing them nearly eye level. She was taller than he'd expected. You want me to hate you? I want you to be smart enough not to fall in love with me. He let the words land, watched her pupils dilate slightly. Fear or anger, hard to tell. Both worked. This is business, Ms. Morgan. I'm offering you a way out of your father's mess. 1 year of your life for financial security and your home. That's the deal. Nothing more. Her throat worked. She was calculating, weighing options she didn't have. Let her think she was making a choice. I need to know, she said quietly. That poker game. What happened? Damien's expression didn't change, but something cold slid through his chest. She'd found the photograph. Of course she had. He'd left it there deliberately, a test to see how deep she'd dig. Your father lost. I won. That's what happens at poker tables. That's not an answer. It's the only one you're getting tonight. He nodded toward the contract in her hands. You have until tomorrow at noon. After that, the offer expires. She straightened, and he saw steel beneath the fear. If I sign this, I want one thing added. I don't negotiate. Then I don't sign. Her eyes locked on his, dark and steady. I want access to my father's files. Everything related to his debt. Every transaction, every loan, every poker game. If I'm going to sell a year of my life, I want the truth about why. Damien went still. He'd anticipated tears, maybe anger, possibly even a physical attempt to leave. He hadn't anticipated this. She wanted information, which meant she suspected something. Which meant she was more dangerous than he'd calculated. But it didn't matter. She could read every file, trace every transaction. She'd never find what she was really looking for because he'd buried it under 6 layers of shell corporations and offshore accounts. And by the time she got close, the year would be over. Fine, he said. But you won't like what you find. I'll take that risk. Damien pulled out his phone, texted his lawyer, add disclosure clause. Full access to our Morgan files. He looked back at Elena. My lawyer will add the clause. You'll have the revised contract by morning. He walked to the elevator, pressed the call button. The car will take you home. She gathered her bag, moved toward the elevator with that same careful posture. As the doors opened, she paused. Looked back at him standing in the center of his penthouse, surrounded by everything he'd built and nothing that mattered. 1 year, she said. 1 year, he agreed. The elevator doors closed. Damien stood motionless for 30 seconds, listening to the silence. Then he walked to the bar, picked up both untouched glasses of whiskey and drank them both. His phone buzzed. A text from his lawyer, Gerald. This is a mistake. She'll dig. She'll find something. Damien typed back. She'll find what I let her find. Draw up the revision. He deleted the message thread, then pulled up another file on his phone. The one he kept locked behind 3 levels of encryption. Inside, a single photograph, different from the one he'd left for Elena. Same poker table, same night. But this one showed the full table, Richard Morgan, himself, and 3 other men. One of them was Jonathan Cross. Damien's mentor. The man who'd pulled him out of foster care at 18, taught him everything, built him into what he was. The man whose will had created this entire mess. Damien stared at Jonathan's face in the photograph, silver-haired, sharp-eyed, smiling that calculating smile that meant he was 3 moves ahead of everyone else. Even dying, Jonathan had managed to outmaneuver him. The will had been explicit. Damien would inherit Jonathan's $800 million estate and controlling shares in Cross Capital only if he was settled and stable, defined legally as married for a minimum of 1 year. No marriage, no inheritance. And without that inheritance, Marcus Hale and the other board members would have enough leverage to push Damien out of his own company. Jonathan had known exactly what he was doing. He'd spent his whole life trying to save Damien from becoming too much like him, cold, alone, untouchable. This was his final move, forcing Damien to let someone in, even artificially. The old man had always been sentimental. It was his only weakness. Damien deleted the photo, poured a 3rd glass of whiskey, stood at the window and watched the city breathe. Elena Morgan would sign. She had no choice, not really. She'd move into the penthouse, play her role, and in 1 year she'd walk away with enough money to rebuild her life. He'd get his inheritance, maintain control of his company, and prove to Jonathan's ghost that you could fulfill the letter of a will without surrendering anything that mattered. A perfect transaction. His phone buzzed again. This time, a text from an unknown number, Elena's new burner, probably. The contract will arrive at 8 a.m. Read it carefully. This is your last chance to walk away. He'd sent that message himself through an automated system. One final test of her resolve. At 11:47 the next morning, his lawyer called. She signed. Damien stood at his office window. Different building, same view, same empire. Send the payment to the bank. Clear the debt. Already done. And Damien? Gerald's voice carried a warning. She's not what you think. I watched her read that contract. She's looking for something. Let her look. He hung up, dialed Elena's number. She answered on the 2nd ring, her voice steady. Hello. Pack a bag, Damien said. You move in tonight. The pause. He could hear her breathing, could almost feel her standing in that brownstone she loved, looking at everything she was about to leave behind. Then, I'll be ready. She hung up. Damien set his phone down, straightened his cuffs. In 6 hours, Elena Morgan would walk into his penthouse as his wife. She'd bring her pride, her anger, her desperate need to understand what her father had done. And he'd give her exactly enough truth to keep her compliant and not one word more. His assistant knocked, entered with a stack of contracts to review. Damien signed them without reading, his mind already 3 moves ahead. Tonight, he'd establish the rules. Tomorrow, they'd make their first public appearance. In 1 year, they'd divorce, and his life would return to exactly what it had been. Controlled. Untouchable. He looked at the city below, at the life he'd built from nothing, and felt the familiar cold certainty settle in his chest. Everything had a price. Elena Morgan had just named hers. And he always paid his debts. Chapter 2. The Move. Elena's POV. The penthouse smelled like money, leather and something expensive burning in a hidden diffuser, maybe sandalwood. Elena stood in the entryway with her single suitcase and a canvas bag of art supplies, watching Damien Cross's assistant, a severe woman named Claire, gesture toward the hallway with the enthusiasm of someone conducting a funeral. "Your bedroom is the second door on the left," Claire said. "Mr. Cross occupies the master suite at the end of the hall. There's a shared living space, kitchen, his private office which is off-limits, and a gym on the lower level. Building amenities include a pool, sauna, and concierge service available 24 hours. Elena nodded, her throat tight. She'd left the brownstone 3 hours ago, every room echoing with absence. Sophie had helped her pack, asking questions Elena couldn't answer. "It's temporary," she'd said. "A year. Maybe less." Sophie had looked at her like she was watching someone drown. Maybe she was. "Mr. Cross has arranged for a stylist to meet with you tomorrow at 9, Claire continued, scrolling through her tablet. "You'll need appropriate attire for public appearances. There's a charity gala Friday night, your first event as Mrs. Cross." The name landed like a stone in her stomach. Mrs. Cross. She'd signed the papers this morning at the lawyer's office, a civil ceremony with 2 witnesses she'd never met. Damien hadn't attended. He'd sent Gerald, his attorney, who'd handed her a ring, platinum, simple, cold, and told her to wear it in public only. She'd left it in the box. "The kitchen is fully stocked," Claire said, "though Mr. Cross typically eats at the office or orders in. You're welcome to use anything you need. Do you have questions?" 1,000. Starting with "what have I done?" and ending with "how do I survive this?" "Where's Damien?" Elena asked instead. "Mr. Cross is at the office. He'll return around 8. Claire's expression remained neutral, but something flickered in her eyes. Pity, maybe, or warning. "He's asked that you join him for dinner. The dining room, 8:30. Not a request. The summons." Claire left. Elena stood alone in the entryway, surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows that made her feel exposed, like a specimen under glass. Manhattan glittered outside, close enough to touch and impossibly distant. She picked up her suitcase, walked down the hallway. Her bedroom was larger than her entire studio at the brownstone. King bed with white linens, minimalist furniture in shades of gray, an ensuite bathroom with a rainfall shower and soaking tub. Everything pristine, untouched, sterile. Like a luxury hotel. Or a very expensive cage. Elena set her suitcase on the bed, unzipped it. Inside, a week's worth of clothes, toiletries, her mother's jewelry box, and 3 photographs in silver frames. Her mother at 30, laughing in the brownstone's garden. Her father before the gambling, before the lying, when his eyes still held light. And one of Elena at 16, standing in front of her first restored painting, her mother's arm around her shoulders. She arranged them on the nightstand. Small acts of defiance, claiming territory. Then she explored. The penthouse was exactly what she'd expected, all clean lines and expensive emptiness. The kitchen had top-of-the-line appliances that looked unused. The living room held a single leather sofa facing the windows. No television, no books, nothing personal. It was a space designed for someone who didn't actually live there, who used it as a way station between more important places. Damien's office door was closed. Elena tried the handle. But she thought about the files he'd promised her, the truth buried in her father's transactions. She'd start there tomorrow, dig until she understood what her father had done and why Damien Cross had been there to catch the fallout. But tonight, she had to get through dinner. At 8:15, she changed into dark jeans and a silk blouse, the nicest thing she'd packed that wasn't a dress. Applied minimal makeup, twisted her hair into a low bun. Looked at herself in the bathroom mirror and barely recognized the woman staring back. Pale, hollow-eyed, wearing someone else's life. 1 year, she told her reflection. You can do anything for 1 year. The elevator chimed at exactly 8 o'clock. Elena heard the door open, the sound of footsteps crossing marble. She waited in her room, counting seconds, giving him space to settle. At 8:20, she emerged. Damien stood in the kitchen, tie loosened, jacket discarded over a bar stool. He was pouring wine, red, something that probably cost more than her monthly grocery budget. He looked up as she approached, his gaze tracking over her with clinical precision. You're here, he said. Not quite a question. Where else would I be? Elena stopped at the edge of the kitchen island, kept the granite expanse between them. Some people run. He poured a second glass, slid it across the counter toward her. Even after signing. I don't run. She didn't touch the wine. I keep my promises. Even the ones made under duress? Especially those. Something shifted in his expression, not quite approval but close. He picked up his glass, moved past her toward the dining room. Dinner's being delivered in 10 minutes. I hope you're not vegetarian. I'm not. Elena followed, her stomach nodding. The dining room was as stark as the rest of the apartment. Glass table, 6 chairs, a chandelier that looked like frozen lightning. Damien sat at the head. She took the chair to his right, close enough for conversation, far enough to maintain distance. Claire said you're adjusting the bedroom, Damien said. The photographs. So he'd already checked. Of course he had. They're mine. The contract doesn't say I can't have personal items. It doesn't. He sipped his wine, watching her over the rim. I'm not trying to erase you, Elena. Just establish boundaries. Boundaries? She finally reached for her wine glass, needed something to do with her hands. Like locking your office? Like locking my office, he agreed. Some spaces remain private. I'll extend you the same courtesy. Except I'm living in your space. Everything here is yours. For now. His eyes held hers, dark and unreadable. In a year, the brownstone is yours free and clear. You can fill it with as many photographs as you want. The doorbell, or whatever passed for one in a penthouse, chimed. Damien stood, disappeared toward the entry. Returned with 2 bags from a restaurant Elena didn't recognize. He unpacked containers with efficient movements, seared duck breast, roasted vegetables, some kind of grain she couldn't identify. Restaurant-quality plating, portions sized for 2. He served her first. The gesture felt wrong, too intimate for what they were. They ate in silence for several minutes. The food was excellent, perfectly cooked, seasoned with care. Elena tried to taste it, but everything felt like ash in her mouth. Tell me about your work, Damien said finally. Elena set down her fork. Why? Because we'll be appearing in public together. I should know basic facts about my wife's life. Wife? The words still felt foreign. I'm an art conservator. I restore damaged paintings, mostly Baroque and Renaissance pieces for private collectors and small museums. You're good at it. Not a question. She studied his face, looking for the angle. You've researched me. Of course. He cut into his duck with precise movements. You studied at NYU, apprenticed with Maria Castellano for 3 years, opened your own practice 5 years ago. Your client list is modest but prestigious. You specialize in works other conservators consider too damaged to save. The clinical recitation of her life made her skin crawl. What else do you know? That you're barely breaking even. That you've taken on debt to keep your practice running. That your father's gambling started affecting you long before he died. Damien looked up, his gaze sharp. That you've been drowning for 2 years and too proud to ask for help. Heat flooded Elena's face, shame and anger tangled together. You had no right. I had every right. You're my wife now, legally and publicly. Your financial instability becomes my problem. He set down his knife and fork, the clink of silver on porcelain too loud. I've cleared your business debts. You'll find the accounts settled by tomorrow. Elena's breath caught. I didn't ask you to do that. You didn't have to. It's in my interest to ensure you're not distracted by creditors during our arrangement. He resumed eating as if he hadn't just erased $30,000 of debt with a single decision. Consider it an investment in maintaining appearances. She wanted to throw the wine in his face. Wanted to walk out, contract be damned. But she'd signed papers, accepted his money, moved into his home. She'd made her choice. I'll pay you back, she said quietly. No, you won't. Damien's voice was flat, final. That's not how this works. You fulfill your role, I provide resources. Clean transaction. Nothing about this is clean. No, he agreed. But it's honest. I'm not pretending to be your savior, Elena. I'm paying for a service. You're providing it. That's more honest than most marriages. She laughed, the sound bitter. You have a low opinion of marriage. I have a realistic opinion of human nature. People stay together out of fear, obligation, or inertia. At least we're clear about our terms. Elena pushed her plate away, appetite gone. Is that what happened to your parents? Fear and obligation. His expression went cold, a door slamming shut. My parents aren't relevant to this conversation. Your mother left you. The words came out before she could stop them, sharp and cruel. I read about it. Foster care, no family. That's why you're like this, isn't it? Why you think everything's a transaction. Damien stood. The movement was controlled, but she saw tension in his shoulders, his jaw. You want to psychoanalyze me? Fine. Yes, my mother left. Yes, I learned young that people are unreliable. And yes, I built my life around never needing anyone enough to be destroyed when they leave. He braced his hands on the table, leaned toward her. But that doesn't make me wrong. It makes me prepared. It makes you alone. I prefer it that way. He straightened, picked up his wine glass. We're done here. Tomorrow, the stylist arrives at 9. Friday the gala. You'll wear what she selects, smile when spoken to, and play the role of devoted wife. Can you do that? Elena stood, met his gaze. I signed your contract. I'll fulfill my obligations. Good. He turned toward the hallway, then paused. And Elena? Don't try to understand me. It's not part of our arrangement. He disappeared into his office. The door closed with a soft click. Elena stood alone in the dining room, surrounded by the ruins of their first meal together. Her hands were shaking, not fear this time, but rage. Pure, clean, clarifying rage. She cleared the table with sharp movements, loaded the dishwasher, wiped down counters. Channeled the anger into action, into control. When the kitchen was spotless, she returned to her bedroom, closed the door, and finally let herself breathe. Her phone sat on the nightstand. 3 missed calls from Sophie. Text, how is it? Are you okay? Elena typed back, fine. Talk tomorrow. Another lie. She was getting good at those. She unpacked her suitcase, hung clothes in the massive closet, arranged her art supplies on the desk by the window. Tried to make the space feel like hers, even though everything, the furniture, the view, the air itself, belonged to Damien Cross. At midnight, she heard his office door open. Footsteps in the hallway, the sound of his bedroom door closing. The penthouse settled into silence. Elena lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, and thought about her father. About the photograph of him shaking Damien's hand, smiling that careless smile that meant he thought he was winning. Had he known, even then, what he was risking? Had he understood the man sitting across from him would one day own his daughter's life? She thought about Damien's face when she'd mentioned his mother. The way he'd shut down, gone cold and distant. He wanted her to hate him, he'd said. Wanted boundaries clear. But Elena had spent her career looking at damaged things, seeing past the surface to what lay beneath. Damien Cross wore his control like armor, but armor meant there was something underneath worth protecting. She'd find it. She'd dig through her father's files, trace every transaction, Follow every thread until she understood exactly what had happened at that poker table 5 years ago. And then she'd decide whether the man sleeping 30 feet away was her enemy or something more complicated. 1 year. She had 1 year to figure it out. Elena closed her eyes and tried to sleep in a stranger's home, wearing a stranger's ring, living a stranger's life. Tomorrow, she'd start looking for answers. Tonight, she just had to survive. Chapter 3. Exposure. Damien's POV. The stylist arrived at 8:45, 15 minutes early, which meant she was desperate to impress. Damien watched from his office doorway as Claire ushered her into the living room, a woman in her 50s named Margot, carrying garment bags like they contained state secrets. Elena emerged from her bedroom at 9 exactly. She dressed in jeans and a sweater, her hair loose around her shoulders, no makeup. A deliberate choice, he noted, refusing to perform until required. "Ms. Morgan," Margot said, her French accent thick. "I have selections for Friday's gala." Mr. Cross specified elegant but understated. Did he? Elena's gaze flicked to Damien, still standing in his office doorway. How thoughtful. He felt the bar bland but didn't react. He'd learned young that the first person to show emotion lost the exchange. "I'll be at the office until 6. Claire has my schedule if you need anything." Elena turned back to Margot without responding. Dismissal, clear as a slammed door. Damien collected his briefcase, took the elevator down to the waiting car. His driver, Thomas, nodded greeting and pulled into traffic. The city crawled past, delivery trucks, taxis, pedestrians moving with that particular Manhattan urgency that meant everyone was late for something important. His phone buzzed. A text from Gerald, Hale sniffing around, asking questions about the marriage. "We need to make the gala appearance count." Damien typed back, "We will." Marcus Hale. The name alone made his jaw tighten. Hale had been circling Cross Capital for 2 years, buying up shares, making alliances with board members, waiting for any sign of weakness. The marriage requirement in Jonathan's will had given him ammunition, proof that Damien wasn't the untouchable strategist everyone believed, that he could be manipulated by a dead man's sentimentality. Friday's gala would be their first public appearance. The financial press would be watching, competitors taking notes, Hale looking for cracks in the facade. Elena needed to be perfect. Poised, devoted, convincing. He thought about her face last night when he'd mentioned clearing her business debts. The flash of anger before she'd buried it. She didn't want his money, didn't want to owe him. Which made her either proud or stupid, and he hadn't decided which yet. His office occupied the 47th floor of a midtown tower, glass walls, minimal furniture, a view that stretched to the Hudson. His assistant, Rachel, had coffee waiting. Black, no sugar, the same way he'd taken it for 15 years. "Morning briefing in 10, she said. "Hale Capital just made an offer on the Williamsburg development. They're trying to outbid us." "Let them." Damien shrugged out of his jacket, hung it with precise care. "The zoning won't clear for 18 months. By then, the market will have shifted. They'll be underwater." "You're sure?" "I'm always sure." The morning disappeared into meetings, contracts, phone calls with lawyers in 3 time zones. Damien moved through it with the efficiency of long practice, making decisions that would affect thousands of lives, allocating millions of dollars, all while a part of his mind stayed focused on Friday night. Elena in a ballroom. His ring on her finger. Playing a role she resented. He needed her compliant, not combative. Which meant he needed to understand what motivated her beyond survival. At noon, he called Claire. "How did the styling session go?" Ms. Morgan selected her own dress. Claire's tone carried disapproval. Margot brought 12 options. Ms. Morgan rejected all of them and said she'd wear something from her own wardrobe. Damien's hand tightened on the phone. "Did she?" She was polite but firm. Said the contract specified public appearances, not costume changes. The pause. "She's in your office now. I told her it was off limits, but she said you'd given her access to her father's files." His pulse kicked up, just slightly. He'd expected her to dig, but not this fast. "Let her look. I'll be home by 6. He ended the call, stared at the city below. Elena was smart enough to be dangerous, which meant he needed to stay 3 moves ahead. The files would show her father's debts, the poker games, the steady accumulation of losses. But they wouldn't show the conversation Damien had with Richard Morgan the night before he died. Some truths stayed buried. Damien returned to the penthouse at 6:15. Elena sat at his desk, surrounded by file folders and her laptop, her hair twisted up with a pencil. She'd changed into leggings and an oversized sweater, bare feet tucked under her. She looked younger like this, less armored. She looked up when he entered. "Your filing system is obsessive. It's thorough." He set his briefcase down, loosened his tie. "Find what you were looking for?" "I found a lot of debts." She gestured at the files spread across his desk. Credit cards, personal loans, IOUs to people with names like Vic and Tommy 2 times. "My father owed money everywhere." Her voice was steady, but he saw the tension in her shoulders. "What I didn't find was why you bought it all." "I told you. Business." "That's not an answer." Elena stood, crossed her arms. "You paid above market rate for most of these debts. Some of them were nearly worthless. He'd never have paid them back. So why buy them? Why consolidate everything under your name?" Damien moved to the bar cart, poured whiskey. Offered her a glass. She shook her head. "Your father was a liability to certain people. I removed that liability. By making yourself his primary creditor. By giving him a way out." He sipped his drink, watched her process. "I offered to forgive half his debt if he stopped gambling. Went to meetings. Got clean." Elena went very still. "He never told me that." "Because he didn't take the offer." Damien set his glass down. "He kept playing. Kept losing. And 6 months later, he had a heart attack at a poker table in Queens, owing me $600,000. She flinched. He saw it, the crack in her composure. "You're lying. Check the dates in the files. March 2020, I made the offer. September 2020, he died." He moved closer, stopped at the edge of the desk. "I tried to save him, Elena. He didn't want to be saved." "Why?" Her voice was raw now, stripped of pretense. "Why would you try to help him? You didn't know us. We were nothing to you." "I knew Jonathan." The name came out harder than he'd intended. "Your father and Jonathan were friends years ago. Before I came into the picture. Jonathan asked me to look after Richard if anything happened. So I did." Elena's eyes widened. "Jonathan Cross. Your mentor?" "Yes." "The one who's will forced you into this marriage?" "Yes." Damien picked up his whiskey again, drained it. Jonathan believed people could change. That everyone deserved a second chance. He was wrong about your father. And he was wrong about me. Elena studied him, her gaze too sharp, too searching. "You loved him. Jonathan. Love is inefficient." But the words felt hollow even as he said them. "He was useful. He taught me how to build an empire. He taught you how to be human." She moved around the desk, stood close enough that he could smell her shampoo, something floral, out of place in his sterile apartment. "That's why you're angry. Because he died and left you with a will that forces you to let someone in." "Psychoanalysis again?" Damien's voice went cold. "I thought we established boundaries." "You established them. I didn't agree." Elena tilted her head, studying him like one of her damaged paintings. "You're not as controlled as you think. Last night, when I mentioned your mother, you flinched. I didn't. You did. Just like you're doing now." She stepped back, gave him space. "I'm going to figure you out, Damien. That's my specialty, seeing what's hidden under the damage. I'm not one of your restoration projects. No. You're a man who bought my father's debts, tracked me down, and engineered a marriage contract to satisfy a dead man's will. You're much more complicated than a painting." She moved toward the hallway, paused at the threshold. "For what it's worth, I believe you tried to help him. My father. It sounds like something he'd refuse." She disappeared into her bedroom. The door closed softly. Damien stood alone in his office, surrounded by the files she'd been reading, and felt something unfamiliar twist in his chest. She'd thanked him. Or close enough. Acknowledged that he'd tried to do something decent, even if it had failed. He didn't want her gratitude. Didn't want her seeing past his carefully constructed walls to whatever was underneath. But she was looking anyway. And that made her dangerous in ways he hadn't anticipated. Friday arrived with the inevitability of a deadline. Damien spent the day in meetings, his mind half focused on contracts and half on the evening ahead. At 5, he returned to the penthouse to change. Elena was already dressed. She stood in the living room, facing the windows, and when she turned, Damien's breath caught. She wore a vintage dress, deep emerald silk that looked like it belonged in a 1940s film. The cut was simple, elegant, hugging her waist before falling in soft folds to mid-calf. Her hair was pinned up, exposing her neck. Her mother's pearls at her ears. She looked nothing like the wives of other Manhattan billionaires, with their designer gowns and obvious wealth. She looked like herself, timeless and defiant. "You didn't wear what Margot selected," Damien said. "No." Elena's chin lifted. "I wore what I wanted. The contract says I have to appear in public as your wife. It doesn't say I have to dress like your doll." He should have been angry. Instead, he felt something close to admiration. "You're going to draw attention. Good. Maybe they'll remember me instead of just seeing your accessory." She picked up a small clutch, vintage like the dress. "Are we leaving, or are you going to critique my wardrobe all night?" Damien grabbed his jacket, shrugged it on. "Let's go." The car ride to the plaza was silent. Elena stared out the window, her profile sharp against the city lights. Damien watched her reflection in the glass, trying to read her mood. Nervous? Angry? Resigned? "This matters," he said finally. "Tonight. People will be watching." "I know. There's a man named Marcus Hale. He's trying to take control of my company. He'll use any weakness he finds." Elena turned to look at him. "And I'm a weakness?" "A potential one. If he thinks the marriage is fake, he'll challenge Jonathan's will. I'll lose the inheritance and controlling shares." Damien held her gaze. "I need you to sell this. Make them believe we're real." "How real?" "Devoted. Attentive. Comfortable with each other." He reached across the seat, took her hand. Her fingers tensed in his. Like this. Small touches. Eye contact. Nothing overt, but enough to suggest intimacy. Elena looked down at their joined hands. "You've thought this through." "I think everything through. Except how it feels." She pulled her hand away. "You can't fake chemistry, Damien. People will see through it." "Then don't fake it." He leaned closer, invaded her space deliberately. "Be angry with me. That's real enough. Tension reads as passion from a distance." Her breath hitched just slightly. "You're insane." "I'm practical." He pulled back as the car stopped in front of the plaza. "Showtime." Thomas opened the door. Damien stepped out first, then offered his hand to Elena. She took it, her grip firm, and emerged into a barrage of camera flashes. The press had gathered, society photographers, financial journalists, gossip bloggers. All waiting to document the mysterious marriage of Manhattan's most eligible bachelor. Damien placed his hand on the small of Elena's back, felt her spine stiffen. "Smile," he murmured. "You're madly in love with me." "I'm madly tolerating you," she whispered back. But she smiled and it looked real enough. They moved through the lobby into the ballroom, crystal chandeliers, orchestra music, 500 people in formal wear. Damien felt the attention shift toward them, conversations pausing, heads turning. Elena's hand tightened on his arm. "Breathe," he said quietly. "I am breathing." "Good. Because here comes our first test." Marcus Hale cut through the crowd like a shark through water. Tall, silver-haired, with the kind of smile that never reached his eyes. He'd built Hale Capital through hostile takeovers and leveraged buyouts, leaving wreckage in his wake. "Damien." Hale extended his hand. "Congratulations on your marriage. I was surprised to hear the news." "Were you?" Damien shook his hand, kept his grip firm. "Marcus Hale, my wife, Elena." "Charming." Hale's gaze raked over Elena with clinical assessment. "I don't believe we've met. What do you do, Mrs. Cross?" "Art conservation." Elena's voice was steady, polite. I restore damaged paintings. How fitting. Hale's smile sharpened. Damien does enjoy fixing broken things. Tell me, how did you two meet? The question was a trap. Damien felt Elena tense beside him, but before he could deflect, she answered. Through my father. He and Damien were acquainted. She looked up at Damien, her expression softening in a way that looked disturbingly genuine. It took a while, but Damien eventually wore down my resistance. Did he? Hale's eyes narrowed. And this was a long courtship? Long enough. Damien pulled Elena closer, his hands sliding to her waist. Some things are worth waiting for. Indeed. Hale's attention shifted between them, looking for cracks. Well, I hope you'll both be very happy. Marriage is such a commitment. It is, Elena agreed. But we're both very good at keeping our commitments. Aren't we, darling? The endearment sounded natural, easy. Damien felt something shift in his chest, surprise, maybe, or warning. Always. Hale excused himself. Damien watched him disappear into the crowd, then looked down at Elena. That was good. That was acting. She pulled away slightly, put space between them. Don't confuse it with anything real. But her pulse was visible at her throat, racing. And when a waiter passed with champagne, her hand trembled slightly as she took a glass. The night blurred into a series of introductions, conversations, performances. Elena played her role flawlessly, laughing at jokes, asking intelligent questions, touching Damien's arm at appropriate moments. To anyone watching, they looked like a couple who'd chosen each other. Only Damien felt the tension in her body every time he touched her. Only he saw the way her smile tightened when someone asked about their wedding. At midnight, they escaped to the terrace. The November air was cold, sharp enough to clear his head. Elena leaned against the railing, staring at Central Park stretched dark below them. You were perfect in there, Damien said. I was fake. She didn't look at him. Everyone in that room knows it. They're just too polite to say so. Hale doesn't know. That's what matters. Is it? Elena turned, and in the dim light, her eyes looked bruised. You got what you needed. Your wife performed beautifully. Everyone believes the lie. It's not a lie if we both agree to it. Yes, it is. She set her champagne glass on the railing. That's exactly what a lie is. Damien moved closer, crowded her against the railing. Not touching, but close enough that she'd have to push past him to leave. What do you want from me, Elena? An apology? Absolution? I told you from the beginning what this was. I want the truth. Her voice was low, fierce. About my father. About Jonathan. About why you really needed a wife so badly that you'd trap someone into marrying you. I didn't trap you. You signed willingly. Because you engineered a situation where I had no choice. She pushed at his chest, and he let her create distance. You bought my father's debts, waited until I was desperate, then swooped in like some kind of twisted savior. That's not a choice. That's coercion. It's business. It's cruel. Elena's eyes blazed. And the worst part is, you don't even see it. You think because you're honest about being manipulative, that makes it okay. Damien's jaw tightened. Would you prefer I'd let the bank take your house? Let you lose everything your mother built? I'd prefer you'd given me a real choice. Not this. She gestured between them at the terrace at the ballroom behind them. Not this performance where I have to pretend to love a man who sees me as a contract clause. You think I see you as... He stopped, reined in the anger before it could escape. You don't know what I see. Then tell me. She stepped closer, and he could smell her perfume mixed with champagne. Tell me why you really needed this marriage. What you're so afraid of losing that you'd go to these lengths. For a moment, Damien almost did. Almost told her about Jonathan's will, about the company he'd built from nothing, about the fear that lived in his chest like a stone, that without control, without power, he'd end up like that 7-year-old boy abandoned at a fire station. But vulnerability was weakness. And weakness got you destroyed. I needed to satisfy a will clause, he said flatly. That's all you need to know. Elena's expression shuddered. Fine. Keep your secrets. But don't expect me to keep pretending this is anything other than what it is, a transaction between two people who don't trust each other. She moved past him toward the terrace doors. Damien caught her wrist, the touch electric. We're not done. Yes, we are. But she didn't pull away. Her pulse hammered under his thumb, fast and wild. You're angry, he said. Good. Use it. Channel it into this performance we're giving. Anger looks like passion from far enough away. Is that what you think passion is? Anger in disguise? It's close enough. He pulled her closer, just an inch. Watched her pupils dilate. Tell me you don't feel it. Whatever this is between us. I feel trapped. But her voice was breathless now. I feel like I'm drowning in your control. Then push back. His free hand came up to her jaw, tilted her face toward his. Fight me. Make me work for it. This isn't real, Elena whispered. No, Damien agreed. But it could be convincing. He released her. Sebek watched her chest rise and fall with rapid breaths. Behind them, the terrace doors opened. Marcus Hale stood silhouetted against the ballroom light, his expression calculating. Sorry to interrupt, he said. But they're starting the auction. Damien, they're expecting you to bid. Of course. Damien offered his arm to Elena. She took it after a pause, her hand trembling slightly. They walked past Hale back into the ballroom, and Damien felt the other man's gaze boring into his back. In the car later, Elena stared out the window in silence. Damien watched the city lights play across her face, trying to read her thoughts. When they reached the penthouse, she disappeared into her bedroom without a word. Damien stood alone in the living room, his tie hanging loose, and replayed the moment on the terrace. The way she'd looked at him, angry and afraid and something else he couldn't name. He'd almost kissed her. Had wanted to, with an intensity that had nothing to do with performance and everything to do with the way she challenged him, pushed back, refused to break. His phone buzzed. A text from Hale. Interesting evening. Your wife is lovely. I hope she's worth whatever you're paying her. Damien deleted the message without responding. Then he poured himself a drink and stood at the window, watching the city breathe, and wondered what the hell he was doing. Chapter 4, Fractures. Elena's POV. Elena woke at dawn with her father's face behind her eyelids, younger, healthier, the way he'd looked in that photograph with Damien. She'd dreamed about the poker table, the handshake, her father's careless smile that meant he thought he was winning when he was already lost. She showered in the oversized bathroom, dressed in jeans and a sweater, then made coffee in Damien's pristine kitchen. The penthouse was silent. His bedroom door remained closed. He'd come home late, after 2. She'd heard his footsteps in the hallway, the soft click of his door, then nothing. 3 days since the gala. 3 days of careful distance, polite exchanges, the performance continuing even when no one was watching. He left for the office before she woke. Returned after she'd retreated to her room. They were 2 ghosts haunting the same expensive space. Elena carried her coffee to his office. The door was unlocked now, a concession after their argument. Inside, the files still covered his desk where she'd left them. Her father's debts, laid out in brutal detail. Credit cards maxed out. Personal loans from men with threatening names. And underneath it all, a pattern she was starting to recognize. The dates didn't align. She pulled up her laptop, opened the spreadsheet she'd been building. Cross Capital had purchased the first debt in March 2019, the same month as the poker game photograph. But her father's financial trouble had started earlier. The credit cards were maxed by January. The personal loans dated back to December 2018, which meant Damien hadn't caused her father's problems. He'd stepped in after they'd already spiraled. But Elena dug deeper into the files. Found a folder labeled Morgan, R. Correspondence. Inside, printed emails between Damien and her father, spanning 18 months. Richard, this is your final warning. The debt consolidation offer expires in 48 hours. After that, I can't protect you from the other creditors. D. Cross. Her father's response, 3 days later. Damien, I appreciate the concern, but I've got a sure thing lined up. Big game next week. I'll clear everything and then some. You'll see. Rich. Elena's hands tightened on the laptop. She scrolled through more emails. Damien offering help, her father deflecting. Damien setting up payment plans, her father missing deadlines. A correspondence that read less like creditor and debtor, more like, what? Not friendship. But something closer than she'd expected. The last email was dated 2 weeks before her father's death. Richard, I'm done negotiating. Either you take the offer, half forgiveness, mandatory counseling, or I sell your debt to someone who won't be as patient. You have until Friday. Jonathan asked me to look after you. I've tried. But I can't save someone who won't save himself. D. Her father never responded. Elena sat back, her pulse hammering. Jonathan had asked Damien to look after her father. Which meant their connection went deeper than a poker game, deeper than business. They'd known each other through Damien Cross, Damien's mentor, the man whose will had engineered this entire arrangement. She needed more information. About Jonathan, about his relationship with her father, about why he'd cared enough to make Damien promise protection. The penthouse elevator chimed. Elena glanced at the clock, 8:30. Damien never came home this early. She heard his footsteps, then his voice. Elena? In here. She didn't move from his desk, didn't try to hide what she'd been reading. Damien appeared in the doorway. He'd loosened his tie, and exhaustion shadowed his eyes. He looked at her, then at the open files, then back at her face. You've been reading all night, he said. Most of it. Elena gestured at the emails on her screen. You tried to help him. Multiple times. I told you that. You didn't tell me about the emails. About how many chances you gave him. She stood, crossed her arms. You made it sound like one offer, one refusal. This is months of you trying to save him from himself. Damien moved to the bar cart, poured whiskey despite the early hour. Your father was an addict. Gambling, specifically. Addicts don't respond to logic or compassion. They respond to hitting bottom. He took a drink. I tried to engineer a softer bottom. It didn't work. Because he didn't want to be saved. No. Because he believed he could win it all back. That's what addicts do. They chase the fantasy of redemption instead of accepting reality. Damien's gaze was steady, unflinching. He died at a poker table, Elena. Literally. Heart attack during a hand he was losing. That's not tragedy. That's inevitability. The words should have hurt. Instead, they felt like relief, someone finally saying what she'd known but couldn't admit. Her father had chosen the cards over everything else. Over her, over the brownstone, over his own life. Tell me about Jonathan, Elena said. How did he know my father? Damien's expression shuddered. That's not relevant. Yes, it is. You said Jonathan asked you to protect him. Why would your mentor care about a gambling addict from Brooklyn? Jonathan cared about everyone. It was his fatal flaw. Damien set his glass down with controlled precision. He believed people could change. He was wrong. But he believed it about you. Elena moved closer, watching his face. He pulled you out of foster care. Mentored you. Built you into what you are. He must have seen something worth saving. He saw potential. That's different. Is it? She stopped 3 feet away, close enough to see the tension in his jaw. Or did he see a scared kid who needed someone to believe in him? Psychoanalysis again. Damien's voice went cold. I thought we established. You established boundaries. I'm ignoring them. Elena held his gaze. You said Jonathan and my father were friends. Before you came into the picture. What happened? Damien was silent for a long moment. Then, they served together. Army, early 90s. Jonathan was an officer, your father was enlisted. They kept in touch after discharge. Elena's breath caught. Her father never talked about his military service. She'd found his discharge papers once, asked about them, and he'd changed the subject so fast she'd learned not to push. What happened? She asked quietly. I don't know the details. Jonathan didn't talk about the war. Damien moved to the window, his back to her. But whatever happened over there, it connected them. When Jonathan found me, pulled me out of the system, gave me a job at his first company, Your father was still in the picture. Peripherally. They'd have dinner once a year, exchange Christmas cards. And then my father started gambling. And then your father started gambling, Damien agreed. Jonathan tried to help. Offered to pay for treatment, set him up with counseling. Your father refused. Said he had it under control. He turned back to face her. By the time Jonathan died, your father owed money to half of Manhattan. Jonathan's last request was that I consolidate the debt, give him one more chance. So I did. Elena's throat tightened. When did Jonathan die? 18 months ago. Pancreatic cancer. Fast and brutal. Something flickered in Damien's eyes, grief, quickly buried. The will reading was 3 weeks after the funeral. That's when I learned about the marriage clause. He wanted you to settle down. He wanted me to let someone in. To stop building walls. Damien's laugh was bitter. Even dying, he was trying to fix me. Maybe you needed fixing. I needed control. He moved toward her, and she felt the temperature shift, dangerous, electric. Jonathan never understood that. He thought connection made you stronger. I learned the opposite. Connection makes you vulnerable. And vulnerability gets you destroyed. Elena stood her ground as he approached. Is that what happened with your mother? She destroyed you? His hand shot out, caught her wrist. Not painful, but immovable. Don't. Why not? You've dissected my entire life. Researched my father, my work, my debts. Turnabout is fair play. She felt his pulse hammering against her skin. Your mother left you at 7. Foster care until 18. Jonathan pulled you out, mentored you, and you built an empire. But you never let anyone close again. Not even him. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? Elena pulled against his grip. He held firm. You're terrified, Damien. Not of losing your company or your inheritance. You're terrified that if you let someone in, they'll leave. Just like she did. His other hand came up to her jaw, tilted her face toward his. His eyes were dark, furious. You want to understand me? Yes, my mother left. Dropped me at a fire station with a trash bag of clothes and never looked back. Yes, I spent 11 years being shuffled between homes, learning that people only keep you if you're useful. And yes, I built walls so high that nothing can touch me. His thumb brushed her cheekbone, the touch at odds with his words. Jonathan tried to tear them down. He failed. You'll fail too. Maybe. Elena's heart was racing, but she didn't look away. Or maybe I'm more persistent than you think. They stared at each other, the air between them charged with something that wasn't quite anger and wasn't quite desire. Elena felt his breath on her face, saw his gaze drop to her mouth, felt the moment stretch and sharpen. Then she pulled back. Her hand connected with his face before she'd consciously decided to do it. The slap echoed in the quiet office. Damien's head snapped to the side. He released her wrist, touched his cheek. When he looked back at her, his expression was unreadable. Don't touch me like that, Elena said, her voice shaking. Don't pretend this is anything other than what it is. You want control? Fine. You have it. But don't confuse control with intimacy. She turned toward the door. Made it 3 steps before his voice stopped her. You're right. Elena paused, didn't turn around. I am terrified, Damien said quietly. Of exactly what you said. And you're right that I use control to manage it. But that doesn't make me wrong about connection. People leave. They always leave. Better to expect it than be destroyed by it. That's the saddest thing I've ever heard. Elena looked back at him. His cheek was red where she'd struck him, but he hadn't moved. You're so busy protecting yourself from pain that you've forgotten how to live. I'm surviving. That's enough. No, it's not. She walked back toward him, stopped at arm's length. Jonathan knew that. That's why he wrote the will the way he did. He was trying to save you one last time. By forcing me into a fake marriage? By forcing you to let someone in. Even artificially. Elena's voice softened. He loved you, Damien. That's why he did this. Not to punish you. To save you. Damien's jaw tightened. For a moment she thought he might respond. Then he turned back to the window, his spine rigid. Get out. Damien, get out of my office. Now. Elena left, closed the door behind her with shaking hands. In the hallway, she leaned against the wall and tried to steady her breathing. She'd pushed too hard, cracked his armor and found the wound beneath. A 7-year-old boy, abandoned and afraid, who'd spent his whole life making sure no one could hurt him that way again. And she'd slapped him. Elena pressed her hands to her face. She'd meant to create distance, to remind both of them that this was a transaction. Instead, she'd revealed something raw and real. His fear, her anger, the complicated tangle of emotions neither of them wanted to acknowledge. Her phone buzzed. A text from Sophie, lunch today? You've been MIA since the gala. I need details. Elena typed back, can't. Working. Another lie. She was getting too good at those. She retreated to her bedroom, closed the door, and pulled out her laptop. If Damien wouldn't tell her the full story, she'd find it herself. She searched for Jonathan Cross, filtered for military service, cross-referenced with her father's name. It took an hour, but she found it. A news article from 1993. Local heroes returned from Gulf War. The photograph showed a group of soldiers, dusty and exhausted. In the center, Jonathan Cross and Richard Morgan, arms around each other's shoulders, grinning at the camera. The caption read, Lieutenant Jonathan Cross and Corporal Richard Morgan, credited with saving their unit during an ambush outside Kuwait City. Elena stared at the photograph. Her father looked so young, barely 20. And Jonathan, serious even then, but with something warm in his eyes that she hadn't seen in the photos of him as a billionaire. They'd saved each other's lives. That's why Jonathan had cared. Why he'd asked Damien to protect her father. Why he'd kept trying even when her father pushed him away. And Damien had honored that request. Had bought the debts, made the offers, tried to save a man who didn't want saving. Not for profit. For loyalty to a dead man who'd once saved his friend's life. Elena closed her laptop, her throat tight. Damien wasn't the villain she'd wanted him to be. He was something more complicated. A man trying to honor a debt while protecting himself from connection. A man who'd been abandoned so young that trust felt like weakness. A man who'd almost kissed her on that terrace, then pulled back because he was terrified of what it might mean. She needed to apologize for slapping him. But more than that, she needed to understand what she was feeling. This wasn't supposed to be real. It was a contract, a transaction, a year of her life in exchange for freedom. But somewhere between the files and the arguments and the moment his hand had cupped her jaw, it had become something else. Something dangerous. Elena stood, walked to her door. Pressed her ear against it and listened. The penthouse was silent. Damien's office door was still closed. She should give him space. Let him rebuild his walls in peace. Instead, she found herself walking back down the hallway. Standing outside his office door. Raising her hand to knock. Before she could, the door opened. Damien stood there, jacket discarded, tie gone, looking as wrecked as she felt. I was coming to find you, he said. I was coming to apologize. Elena's hand dropped to her side. I shouldn't have hit you. I shouldn't have touched you like that. Without permission. He stepped back, gestured her inside. We need to talk. Elena entered his office. He closed the door behind her, and suddenly the space felt too small, too intimate. She could smell his cologne, see the tension in his shoulders, feel the weight of everything unsaid pressing down on them. I found the article, she said, about Jonathan and my father. The Gulf War. Damien's expression didn't change. I thought you might. They saved each other's lives. Yes. That's why you tried so hard. Not just because Jonathan asked. Because you understood what it meant to owe someone that kind of debt. Elena moved closer. You're trying to repay it. By protecting me. I'm fulfilling a contract. But his voice lacked conviction. No. You're honoring a promise to a man you loved. She stopped in front of him, close enough to see the red mark on his cheek fading. You can pretend this is all business, but I've seen the emails. I've read the files. You care, Damien. You just don't want to admit it because caring makes you vulnerable. Stop. The word came out rough. Stop trying to save me. I don't need saving. Everyone needs saving sometimes. Elena lifted her hand, hesitated, then touched the mark on his cheek. He flinched but didn't pull away. I'm sorry I hit you. I deserved it. His hand came up, covered hers against his face. I was trying to control you. To make you fit into the box I'd built for this arrangement. But you won't fit. You keep pushing back, keep seeing things I don't want you to see. Is that so terrible? Yes. His eyes met hers, dark and honest. Because the more you see, the more I want to let you in. And I can't do that. I can't be that vulnerable again. Elena's breath caught. Damien. There's something else. He released her hand, stepped back. In the locked drawer. The one with your father's name on it. She'd forgotten about that. The night she'd moved in, she'd found a drawer in his desk labeled with her father's name. Locked, inaccessible. What's in it? Damien moved to his desk, pulled out a key, unlocked the drawer and removed a single folder. Handed it to her with steady hands that betrayed nothing. Elena opened it. Inside, a letter, handwritten, dated 2 weeks before her father's death. Damien, if you're reading this, I'm gone. Heart finally gave out, or the wrong people finally caught up with me. Either way, I need you to do something for me. Elena doesn't know how bad things got. I kept it from her because she'd try to fix it, and I didn't want her dragged into my mess. But she's going to lose everything when I die. The house, her studio, all of it. I'm asking you to help her. Not because I deserve it, but because she does. She's better than me, smarter, stronger, not broken the way I am. She deserves a chance to build something that lasts. I know what Jonathan asked you to do. I know you've been trying to save me. I appreciate it, but we both know I'm past saving. So save her instead. However you have to do it. I trust you, Damien. More than I trust myself. Richard Morgan. Elena's hands shook. She read it again, then a third time. Her father had known. Had known he was dying, had known she'd lose everything, and had asked Damien to step in. This is why, she whispered. This is why you made the offer. Not just for Jonathan. For him. He asked me to help you. I did. Damien's voice was flat, carefully controlled. The contract was the most efficient solution. Clear your debts, secure your home, give you a year to rebuild. Clean transaction. Except it's not clean. Elena looked up at him, her vision blurring. You're trying to honor 2 dead men's wishes by trapping yourself in a fake marriage. That's not efficiency. That's penance. Maybe. He moved to the window, his back to her. Or maybe I'm just good at finding solutions that serve multiple purposes. Elena set the letter down, walked to stand beside him. Below, the city pulsed with morning traffic. Somewhere down there, people were living real lives. Loving, fighting, choosing each other without contracts or conditions. What do you want? She asked quietly. Not what Jonathan wanted or what my father asked for. What do you want from this arrangement? Damien was silent for a long moment. Then, I want to survive it unchanged. I want to fulfill the will, get my inheritance, and return to my life exactly as it was. Controlled. Predictable. Safe. That's not an answer. That's a defense mechanism. It's the only answer I have. He turned to face her, and she saw exhaustion in every line of his face. I don't know how to want more than that, Elena. I don't know how to let someone in without waiting for them to leave. Jonathan tried to teach me. He failed. Your father tried to show me that some connections were worth the risk. He died before he could prove it. His jaw tightened. I'm not built for what you're asking. I'm not asking for anything. But even as she said it, Elena knew it was a lie. She was asking for something, for honesty, for vulnerability, for him to admit that this arrangement had become more complicated than either of them had planned. Yes, you are. Damien's hand came up, cupped her face with unexpected gentleness. You're asking me to be someone I'm not. Someone who can do this, connection, intimacy, trust, without fear. But I can't. I've tried. With Jonathan, with the few people I've let close. And every time, I end up alone anyway. Because you push them away. Elena's hand covered his where it rested against her cheek. You're so afraid of being abandoned that you abandon them first. Maybe. But at least I control the timing. They stood like that, touching but not quite embracing, the morning light harsh through the windows. Elena felt the tremor in his hand, saw the crack in his armor widening. I should go, she said. Give you space. Don't. The word came out rough. Sit. Just stay for a minute. So she did. Stood beside him at the window, his hands still cradling her face, and let the silence stretch between them. Not comfortable but not unbearable either. Just two people trying to figure out how to exist in the same space without destroying each other. Finally, Damien dropped his hand. Sebek, I have meetings all day. I won't be home until late. Okay. Elena moved toward the door, paused at the threshold. For what it's worth, I don't think you're as broken as you believe. I think you're just scared. Same thing in the end. No. Broken means unfixable. Scared means there's still hope. She looked back at him, silhouetted against the city. I'm going to keep digging, Damien. Into the files, into Jonathan's history, into whatever else you're hiding. Because I think there's more to this story than you're telling me. There always is. He turned away, dismissing her. But some truths are better left buried. Elena left him standing in his office, surrounded by files and secrets, and retreated to her bedroom. She pulled out her laptop, opened a new document, and began mapping connections. Jonathan Cross. Richard Morgan. The Gulf War. The poker games. And underneath it all, a question she couldn't shake. What was Damien so afraid she'd find? She worked through the day, tracing threads, following leads. At 6, her phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Check the bottom drawer of your father's desk. The one in the brownstone. There's something you need to see. Friend. Elena stared at the message. She'd sold most of her father's furniture to pay bills, but she'd kept his desk. It sat in storage at the brownstone, waiting for her to reclaim the house. She grabbed her coat, called a car. 20 minutes later, she stood in front of her childhood home. The bank hadn't changed the locks yet. Technically, she still owned it for another few weeks, until the contract's 1-year mark. Inside, the brownstone felt like a mausoleum. Furniture covered in sheets, her mother's paintings still on the walls. Elena climbed to the 3rd floor, to her father's old study. His desk sat against the window, exactly where he'd left it. Elena tried the bottom drawer. But she found the key in his old cigar box, hidden in the closet where he'd always kept it. Unlocked the drawer and pulled out a folder. Inside, bank statements. Not her father's personal accounts. These belonged to a company called Castellan Holdings. Transactions dating back 5 years. Regular deposits of $10,000, always on the 1st of the month. And withdrawals, large ones, to casinos, card rooms, offshore gambling sites. But the deposits came from Cross Capital. Elena's hands went numb. Damien had been paying her father $10,000 a month for 5 years. Not loans, deposits. Regular, consistent payments that her father had immediately gambled away. But she pulled out her phone, called Damien. It rang 4 times before he answered. Elena. I'm in a meeting. What's Castellan Holdings? She interrupted. Silence. Then, where are you? The brownstone. In my father's study. Looking at bank statements that show you've been paying him $10,000 a month for 5 years. So I'll ask again, what is Castellan Holdings, and why were you paying my father? More silence. Elena heard voices in the background, Damien excusing himself. Stay there, he said finally. I'm coming to you. He hung up. Elena sat at her father's desk, surrounded by evidence of secrets she didn't understand, and waited for the man who'd promised her truth but delivered only carefully constructed lies. Outside, the November sun set over Brooklyn, painting the brownstone in shades of gold and shadow. And somewhere in Manhattan, Damien Cross left his meeting early for the first time in his career, got in his car, and drove toward the one conversation he'd been avoiding for 18 months. The truth was coming, whether he was ready or not. Chapter 5. The Break. Damien's POV. Damien stood outside the brownstone at 7:40, the November cold biting through his suit jacket. He'd left the car idling at the curb, Thomas waiting, engine running, an escape route if he needed one. Old habits. Through the third-floor window, he could see Elena's silhouette against the lamplight. Still at her father's desk. Still reading statements that would unravel everything he'd carefully constructed. He should have destroyed those records. Should have anticipated that Richard kept copies, that Elena would dig until she found them. But some part of him, the part Jonathan had tried to cultivate, the part he'd spent years burying, had wanted her to find them. Had wanted someone to finally know the whole truth. Even if it destroyed him. Damien climbed the steps, used the key he'd kept from when he'd paid off the mortgage. The house smelled like dust and memory, linseed oil from Elena's studio, the ghost of her mother's perfume, her father's cigars. A home abandoned but not forgotten. He found her exactly where he'd expected. Sitting at Richard's desk, the folder open in front of her, her face pale in the lamplight. She looked up when he entered, and her expression was carefully blank. Controlled. She'd learned that from him. Castellan Holdings, Elena said. Her voice was steady, but he heard the tremor underneath. That's my mother's maiden name. Yes. Damien stopped in the doorway, kept his distance. Your father created the company after she died. He stopped, searched for the right word. Found none. As a memorial. A memorial he used to launder gambling money. She gestured at the statements spread across the desk. These deposits come from Cross Capital. Every month for 5 years. $10,000. That's $600,000 total. Her eyes locked on his. The exact amount you said he owed you. Damien's jaw tightened. Yes. So you weren't his creditor. Or his, what? Benefactor? Enabler? She stood, and he saw rage building behind her control. You paid him to gamble. For 5 years, you funded his addiction while pretending to be the one trying to save him. No. The word came out harder than he'd intended. I paid him to stop gambling. That was the arrangement. Then why are there withdrawals to casinos on the same day as every deposit? Because your father was an addict. Damien moved into the room, needed her to understand. The payments weren't for gambling. They were compensation. For work he was doing. Elena's laugh was bitter. What work? My father didn't work. He hadn't held a job in 3 years when he died. He worked for me. Damien pulled out his phone, opened a file, handed it to her. Look at the dates. Every payment corresponds to a consultation. Elena took the phone, scrolled through the document. Her expression shifted from anger to confusion. What are these? Security assessments? Risk analyses? Your father was military intelligence before he was discharged. Specialized in threat assessment, pattern recognition. Damien leaned against the doorframe, suddenly exhausted. When Jonathan died, he left me the company but also enemies. People who wanted to see me fail, who'd use any weakness to push me out. I needed someone who could think like them. Anticipate their moves. So you hired my father? Jonathan asked me to. In his will, same clause that required the marriage. He wanted me to give Richard a purpose, something to keep him stable. Damien's voice went flat. I paid him $10,000 a month to consult on security matters. He was good at it. Better than good. He could see patterns I missed, predict behavior I couldn't anticipate. Elena set the phone down. And he gambled it all away. Every cent, usually within 48 hours of receiving it. Damien moved to the window, looked out at Brooklyn Heights. I tried making the payments smaller, more frequent. Tried direct deposit to accounts he couldn't access easily. Nothing worked. He'd find a way to get to the money and lose it. Why didn't you stop? Why keep paying him if he was just going to destroy himself? Because Jonathan asked me to. And because, Damien stopped, the words catching in his throat. Because he was brilliant when he was working. Sober, focused, the man he used to be. For those few hours each month when we'd meet, when he'd walk me through threat assessments and security protocols, he was the soldier Jonathan had saved. The friend who'd kept him alive in Kuwait. He turned back to face her. I kept hoping that would be enough. That giving him purpose would save him. But it wasn't. Elena's voice was soft now, the anger draining. He took your money and your faith and gambled them both away. Yes. The admission felt like failure. The debt I claimed he owed me? That was the money I'd paid him. I reframed it as debt because he stopped, forced himself to continue. Because I was angry at him for dying, at Jonathan for asking me to save someone who didn't want saving, at myself for failing. Elena crossed to him, and he braced for her anger. Instead, she just looked tired. You tried to save him. Just like you tried to save me. Because you can't stand the idea that some people are beyond saving. I don't know how to stop trying. The confession came out raw. Jonathan taught me that everyone deserves a chance. Your father taught me that chances aren't always enough. And I still don't know which one of them was right. Maybe they both were. Elena touched his arm, the contact light. Maybe some people need multiple chances. And maybe some people run out of time before they can take them. Damien looked down at her hand on his sleeve. Small, paint-stained, steady. He'd spent 5 years trying to save her father, 18 months honoring Jonathan's memory, and 3 weeks living with a woman who saw through every wall he'd built. And he was so tired of holding it all together. There's more, he said quietly. Something else you need to know. Elena's hand dropped. Tell me. Damien pulled out his phone again, opened a different file. The one he'd kept encrypted, locked behind passwords and security protocols. The one that contained Jonathan's actual will, not the sanitized version Gerald had read at the lawyer's office, but the original, with all its clauses and conditions and one final request. He handed her the phone. Elena read in silence. He watched emotions flicker across her face, confusion, understanding, shock. When she looked up, her eyes were wet. He left me money, she whispered. Jonathan. In his will. He left me $500,000. Yes. Damien's throat was tight. Separate from your father's arrangements. Separate from our contract. He left it directly to you, with one condition, that you couldn't access it until after your father's death. He wanted to make sure Richard couldn't gamble it away. When were you going to tell me this? After the year was up. After the divorce. He took the phone back, closed the file. Jonathan knew your father was dying. The doctors had given him 6 months, maybe a year. Jonathan set up the inheritance to activate after Richard's death, to give you a foundation to rebuild. Elena pressed her hands to her face. So this whole thing, the contract, the marriage, the debt, none of it was necessary. I could have used Jonathan's money to save the brownstone. No. Damien's voice was firm. Jonathan's will was contested. It took 18 months to clear probate, and it'll take another 6 months before the funds are released to you. By then, the bank would have foreclosed. You'd have lost everything. So you stepped in, paid off the debt, created the contract, gave me a way to survive until Jonathan's money came through. Elena lowered her hands, and her expression was unreadable. You've been protecting me this whole time. Not because of the will clause. Not because you needed a wife. Because Jonathan asked you to, and because my father asked you to, and because you can't stand to let anyone fall when you have the power to catch them. I'm not a hero, Elena. The words came out harsh. I did this for selfish reasons. The marriage clause was real. I needed a wife to secure my inheritance. You were convenient. Available. Desperate enough to agree. Liar. She moved closer and he felt his pulse kick up. You could have married anyone. Someone from your world who'd play the role without questions. Instead, you chose me. Because you promised 2 dead men you'd protect me, and you keep your promises even when it costs you. It's not costing me anything. But even as he said it, Damien knew it was a lie. This arrangement, this woman, was costing him everything. His control, his certainty, his carefully maintained distance from anything that could hurt him. Yes, it is. Elena's hand came up to his chest, rested over his heart. It's costing you your walls. Your armor. All the protection you've built to keep people out. Her voice softened. I scare you. Not because I'm going to leave. Because I might stay. Damien's hand covered hers, pressed it against his chest where his heart was hammering. You should go. Back to the penthouse. He gestured at the study, at the statements and files and evidence of everything he'd tried to hide. This doesn't change anything. We still have a contract. Still have roles to play. Damien. His name on her lips sounded like a question and an answer. What happened at Jonathan's funeral? The shift in topic caught him off guard. What? The funeral. You said I saw you unravel. What happened? He should deflect. Should rebuild his walls and push her away. Instead, he found himself talking. I gave the eulogy. Stood in front of 500 people and talked about what Jonathan meant to me. How he'd saved me. Given me purpose. Damien's voice went rough. And halfway through, I realized I was talking about him in past tense. That he was really gone. That the only person who'd ever... He stopped. Couldn't finish. The only person who'd ever loved you, Elena finished quietly, was dead. Jonathan didn't love me. He mentored me. There's a difference. No, there's not. Not to him. She stepped closer, and he could smell her perfume, something floral that didn't belong in this room full of ghosts. He loved you enough to try to save you from yourself. That's why he wrote the will the way he did. Not to control you. To free you. By forcing me into a marriage? By forcing you to let someone in. To stop being alone. Elena's hand slid up to his jaw, made him look at her. He knew you'd choose someone you thought you could control. Someone you could keep at arm's length. But he also knew that if you spent enough time with another person, really spent time, not just business transactions, you'd eventually have to feel something. I don't want to feel anything. But his hand had moved to her waist, holding her in place. Feeling means vulnerability. Vulnerability means pain. Yes. Her thumb brushed his cheekbone. But it also means connection. But all the things you've been avoiding because you're terrified they'll destroy you. They will. His voice was barely a whisper. Everyone leaves, Elena. My mother. The foster families. Even Jonathan in the end. Everyone leaves. I'm still here. She rose on her toes, brought their faces level. I've seen your worst. The control, the manipulation, the walls. I know about the contract and the debt and all the ways you've tried to engineer this situation. And I'm still here. You're here because you signed papers. Because you needed money. But his grip on her waist tightened. Not because you want to be. Maybe it started that way. Elena's breath ghosted across his lips. But that's not why I'm here now. I'm here because underneath all your armor, you're just a scared kid who needs someone to tell him he's worth staying for. Damien's control cracked. He pulled her against him, one hand tangling in her hair, the other splayed across her back. Don't. The word was a plea, not a command. Don't make me hope. I can't. I don't know how to survive it if you leave. Then don't let me leave. Elena's hands framed his face, forced him to meet her eyes. Stop pushing me away. Stop trying to control this. Just let it be what it is. What is it? His forehead dropped to hers, and he felt something in his chest crack open. What are we doing, Elena? I don't know. Her voice trembled. But I think we're both tired of pretending it's just a contract. Damien's hands shook where they held her. He wanted to kiss her, had wanted to since that night on the terrace, maybe longer. Wanted to close the distance and stop thinking and just feel for once in his carefully controlled life. But wanting was dangerous. Wanting meant need, and need meant weakness. I can't do this, he said against her hair. I don't know how. Yes, you do. Elena pulled back just enough to see his face. You're doing it right now. Holding me. Letting me see you scared. That's all it is, Damien. Just being honest about what you feel. I feel terrified. The admission came out broken. I feel like I'm standing at the edge of something I can't control, and if I step forward, I'll fall. Then fall. Her lips brushed his jaw, gentle. I'll catch you. You can't promise that. No. But I can promise I'll try. She kissed his cheek, where she'd slapped him days ago. I can promise I won't leave without telling you why. I can promise that if I go, it'll be because we both agreed it was right, not because I abandoned you. Damien's eyes burned. He couldn't remember the last time he'd cried, maybe that day at the fire station, 7 years old and alone. He wouldn't cry now. Wouldn't give in to the weakness pressing against his chest. But his hands tightened on Elena, And he let himself hold her. Just hold her, in this room full of her father's ghosts, and feel something other than control for the first time in 18 months. Jonathan died at home, he said quietly. Hospice care, morphine, the whole thing. I was there at the end. He asked me, his voice cracked. He asked me not to be alone. Said he'd wasted too much of his life building empires and not enough building connections. Said he didn't want that for me. What did you tell him? That I'd try. Damien's laugh was bitter. I lied. I had no intention of trying. I was going to fulfill his will, get my inheritance, and go back to exactly what I was. Alone. Safe. But then you met me. Then I met you. He pulled back, looked at her face in the lamplight. And you won't let me hide. Won't let me pretend this is just business. You keep pushing and digging and seeing things I don't want you to see. Is that so terrible? Yes. He cupped her face, his thumb tracing her cheekbone. Because now I can't imagine going back to what I was. And that terrifies me more than anything. Elena's breath hitched. Damien. I want to kiss you. The words came out raw, honest. I've wanted to since the gala. Maybe before. But if I do, this becomes real. And I don't know how to do real without destroying it. You won't destroy it. Her hands covered his where they held her face. You're not your mother. You're not the people who left you. You're someone who keeps promises even when they cost you everything. Someone who spent 5 years trying to save my father. Someone who spent 3 weeks trying to protect me from the truth because you thought it would hurt me. She smiled, sad and soft. You're not broken, Damien. You're just scared. Same thing. No. She rose on her toes again, and this time he didn't pull away. Broken means unfixable. Scared means there's still hope. Damien closed the distance. Kissed her with 18 months of grief and 3 weeks of tension and a lifetime of fear that someone would finally see him and choose to stay anyway. Elena kissed him back, fierce and gentle and real. Her hands slid into his hair, and he felt the tremor in them. She was scared too. Scared of this thing building between them, scared of what it meant, scared that he'd pull away and rebuild his walls and leave her standing alone. But she wasn't running. She was here, in this room full of ghosts, kissing him like he was worth the risk. Damien's hand slid to her waist, pulled her closer. The kiss deepened, turned desperate. He felt her heartbeat against his chest, rapid and wild. Felt his own control slipping, the careful distance he'd maintained crumbling. And he let it. Let himself feel the fear and the want and the dangerous, terrifying hope that maybe Jonathan had been right. That maybe connection was worth the risk of pain. That maybe this woman, stubborn and brave and too smart for her own good, could be the one who stayed. Elena pulled back first, breathing hard. That was a mistake. But Damien didn't release her. This changes everything. I know. She touched his lips, gentle. Are you sorry? He should be. Should push her away, rebuild his armor, return to the safety of their contract. Instead, he kissed her again, softer this time, slower. A promise instead of a question. No, he said against her mouth. I'm terrified. But I'm not sorry. Elena smiled, and it was the first real smile he'd seen from her since she'd signed the contract. But, because I'm not either. They stood like that, foreheads pressed together, breathing in sync. Outside, Brooklyn Heights settled into night. Inside, something shifted, not quite trust, not yet love, but the possibility of both. Damien's phone buzzed. He ignored it. Buzzed again. And again. You should check that, Elena said. He pulled out his phone, glanced at the screen. 3 texts from Gerald, each more urgent than the last. Hale knows something. He's calling an emergency board meeting. He's challenging the will. Says the marriage is fraudulent. Meeting is Monday. 9 a.m. We need to talk strategy. Damien's jaw tightened. He showed Elena the messages. Her expression went carefully blank. So it's starting? Yes. He pocketed the phone. Hale's been waiting for an opening. Now he thinks he has one. Does he? Elena's voice was steady, but he saw fear in her eyes. Is the marriage fraudulent? Damien thought about the contract in his safe. The clinical terms, the clear boundaries, The year-long arrangement that was supposed to end with both of them walking away unchanged. Then he thought about the kiss. About Elena's hands in his hair and his heart hammering against his ribs and the way she'd looked at him like he was worth saving. "I don't know," he said honestly. "What is it now?" Elena was quiet for a long moment. Then, "I think it's whatever we decide it is." "That's not an answer." "Yes, it is." She stepped back and he felt the loss of her warmth. "Hale's going to challenge the will. Fine. We show up at the board meeting, present as a united front, and prove him wrong. He'll dig. He'll find the contract, the timeline, the fact that we barely knew each other before the wedding. So we tell the truth." Elena's chin lifted, defiant. "That we met through my father. That you helped me when I was drowning. That what started as a practical arrangement became something real." She held his gaze. "Because that's what happened, isn't it? It became real." Damien wanted to argue. Wanted to say it was still just a contract, still just a transaction. But he just kissed her like a drowning man finding air, and they both knew nothing about this was transactional anymore. "Yes," he said. "It became real. Then we fight for it." Elena moved to the desk, started gathering the statements and files. "We go back to the penthouse. We prepare for Monday. And we show Hale that he's wrong about us." "Elena." Damien caught her hand, stopped her. "If we do this, if we fight for this, there's no going back. The contract becomes meaningless. The divorce clause, the settlement, all of it. We're choosing this. Choosing each other." "I know." She laced her fingers through his. "Are you ready for that?" He wasn't ready. Wasn't ready to let someone in, to risk the pain of losing them, to hope that maybe this time would be different. But he was tired of being alone. Tired of walls and control and the careful distance that kept him safe but empty. "I don't know how to do this," he admitted. "How to be, whatever this is. Partner. Husband. Someone who lets another person see his worst and stays anyway." "Neither do I." Elena squeezed his hand. "But I think we figure it out together. One day at a time. One honest conversation at a time. What if I fail? What if I push you away or hurt you or... Then we deal with it." She pulled him close, wrapped her arms around him. "But you don't get to use fear as an excuse to not try. Jonathan didn't give you that option. And neither do I." Damien held her, his face buried in her hair, and felt something in his chest finally, terrifyingly open. "He'd like you, Jonathan. He'd say you're exactly what I needed. Someone stubborn enough to see past your bullshit? Someone brave enough to stay anyway." He pulled back, looked at her face. "I'm going to disappoint you. I'm going to be controlling and closed off and terrible at this." "Probably." Elena smiled. "And I'm going to be stubborn and defiant and push every boundary you try to set. So we're even." "This is insane." "Yes." She kissed him again, quick and sure. "But it's honest. And that's more than most people get." They gathered the files, locked up the brownstone, and drove back to Manhattan in silence. But this time, Elena's hand rested on his knee, and Damien didn't pull away. At the penthouse, they stood in the living room, the space that had felt like a museum, sterile and empty. Now it felt different, like the beginning of something instead of a way station. "I should prepare for Monday," Damien said. "Review the will, talk to Gerald, build a strategy." "Okay." Elena didn't move toward her bedroom. "Can I help?" The question surprised him. In 3 weeks, she'd never offered to be involved in his work. Had maintained her own space, her own projects, her own carefully guarded independence. "You don't have to," he said. "I know. But this affects both of us now. So I want to help." She moved to the sofa, sat. "Tell me about Hale. What's his angle?" Damien joined her, kept a careful foot of space between them. "Old habits. He's been buying up shares in Cross Capital for 2 years. He's got maybe 30% now, enough to cause trouble but not enough for control. If he can prove the marriage is fraudulent, Jonathan's will get invalidated. The inheritance and controlling shares go into probate, which could take years. During that time, Hale can make a play for a majority stake. So he doesn't just want to expose us. He wants to take your company." Yes. Damien's jaw tightened. Jonathan built Cross Capital from nothing. It was his legacy. I've spent 15 years growing it, protecting it. I'm not going to let Hale destroy it because he stopped. Because you what? Because I fell for someone I was supposed to keep at arm's length. The admission came out quiet. Because I let this become real when it was supposed to stay transactional. Elena's hand found his. Jonathan wanted you to let someone in. Maybe this is exactly what he hoped would happen. Or maybe I'm proving him right in the worst way. That I can't control my emotions. That I'm weak. Loving someone isn't weakness, Damien. She shifted closer, eliminated the space between them. It's the bravest thing you can do. Especially for someone like you, who spent his whole life avoiding it. I didn't say I loved you. But his hand tightened on hers. No. But you kissed me like you might. And that's terrifying enough for now. Elena leaned her head on his shoulder. We'll face Hale. We'll prove the marriage is real. And then? Then what? Then we figure out what comes next. Together. Damien sat in his penthouse, holding a woman he'd known for 3 weeks and felt like he'd been waiting for his entire life, and tried to imagine what together looked like. It looked like risk. Like vulnerability. Like everything he'd spent 35 years avoiding. But it also looked like Elena's hand in his. Like honest conversations and real kisses and the possibility that maybe, just maybe, he didn't have to be alone anymore. Okay, he said quietly. Together. Elena lifted her head, smiled at him. You're going to be terrible at this. Probably. He kissed her forehead. But I'm going to try. For Jonathan. For your father. He stopped. For you, Elena finished. You're going to try for you. Because you deserve to be happy, even if you don't believe it yet. Damien didn't respond. Couldn't. The words stuck in his throat, too honest, too raw. Instead, he held her. Let himself be held. And tried to believe that maybe she was right. That maybe he was worth staying for. Chapter 6. Crossing Lines. Elena's POV. The weekend passed in a strange suspension. Damien working in his office with the door open for the first time, Elena researching Marcus Hale at the dining table, both of them orbiting each other like planets learning a new gravity. They ordered takeout Saturday night, ate in comfortable silence punctuated by occasional strategy discussions. Sunday morning, she woke to find coffee already made, a note in Damien's precise handwriting, meeting with Gerald. Back by noon. The kiss hung between them, unaddressed. Neither of them mentioned it, but Elena felt it in every glance, every accidental touch, every moment when their eyes met across the penthouse and held a beat too long. Monday arrived with the weight of a reckoning. Elena dressed carefully, a charcoal sheath dress she'd bought for gallery openings, her mother's pearls, low heels. Professional but not corporate. She needed to look like herself, not a costume version of a billionaire's wife. In the mirror, she looked pale, determined, terrified. Damien emerged from his bedroom at 8:15 in a navy suit that probably cost more than her monthly rent used to. He stopped when he saw her, his gaze tracking from her face to her shoes and back. You look, he paused, seemed to reconsider. Ready. I look scared. Elena picked up her bag, checked for her phone. But I'll take ready. Hale will try to separate us. Ask questions designed to expose inconsistencies. Damien moved to the kitchen, poured coffee he didn't drink. Nervous energy, she realized. He was as terrified as she was. We need our story straight. The truth. Elena joined him at the counter. We tell the truth. That we met through my father, that you helped me when I needed it, that what started as an arrangement became real. He'll ask when it became real. How we fell in love. Damien's hands tightened on his mug. What do we say to that? Elena thought about the moment on the terrace, his hand on her jaw. The night in her father's study, his confession about Jonathan. The kiss that had cracked both of them open. We say it wasn't one moment. That it built over time. That we fought it and failed. That's not romantic enough. People expect. I don't care what people expect. She touched his wrist, felt his pulse hammering. We tell our truth. Messy and complicated and real. If Hale doesn't believe it, that's his problem. Damien set down his mug, turned to face her fully. In the morning light, she could see the exhaustion shadowing his eyes. He'd probably worked until 3, preparing. I'm going to be cold in that boardroom. Controlled. It's how I survive these things. I know. Don't mistake it for not caring. About this. About, he stopped, jaw tight. About you. Elena's chest constricted. I won't. They rode to Midtown in silence, Thomas navigating morning traffic with practiced efficiency. Damien's hand rested on the seat between them, and halfway there, Elena covered it with hers. He didn't pull away. Didn't lace their fingers together either, but his thumb brushed her knuckles once. Acknowledgement. Anchor. Cross Capital occupied floors 45 through 50 of a Midtown tower. The elevator opened directly into a reception area, all glass and steel and the hushed efficiency of serious money. A woman in her 30s, blonde and polished, stood as they entered. Mr. Cross. Mrs. Cross. Her smile was professional, warm. The board is assembled in conference room A. Mr. Hale arrived 20 minutes ago. Of course he did. Damien's expression went carefully blank. The mask Elena had seen at the gala, impenetrable. Thank you, Jennifer. They walked down a hallway lined with abstract art, the expensive kind that signaled wealth without personality. Through glass walls, Elena glimpsed offices, conference rooms, people in suits moving with purpose. This was Damien's kingdom, built from nothing, and Hale wanted to take it. Gerald waited outside the conference room, 60, silver-haired, with the bearing of someone who'd spent 40 years in courtrooms. He nodded at Damien, offered Elena a tight smile. They're ready, he said quietly. Hale brought his own lawyer. And he's got statements from 3 board members questioning the marriage timeline. Let him question. Damien's voice was flat. We have documentation. A marriage license. Joint accounts. He's going to push on the personal details. How you met, when you fell in love, why the sudden wedding. Gerald glanced at Elena. Mrs. Cross, he'll try to rattle you. Make you slip up. Don't let him. I won't. But her hands were shaking. She clasped them together, forced steadiness. Damien's hand found the small of her back, warm through the dress fabric. Ready? She wasn't ready to face a room full of strangers who'd judge whether her feelings were real enough. But she nodded anyway. The conference room could have held 30 people. Today it held 12, board members arranged around a massive table, Hale at the far end like a prosecutor. He stood as they entered, his smile sharp. Damien. And the lovely Elena. Hale's gaze raked over her, sessing. Thank you for joining us on such short notice. This is my company, Marcus. I don't need an invitation. Damien guided Elena to seats at the opposite end of the table, positioned so they faced Hale directly. Power play, Elena realized. Refusing to be cornered. Of course. Hale sat, steepled his fingers. Shall we begin? I've called this meeting to address concerns regarding Jonathan Cross's will, specifically, the marriage requirement and whether it's been fulfilled in good faith. The marriage is legal and binding. Gerald opened a folder, slid documents across the table. Marriage license, joint financial accounts, shared residence. Everything required by the will's terms. Legally binding is, but good faith. Hale leaned forward. Jonathan's will specified that Damien needed to be settled and stable. I'd argue that a marriage of convenience, entered into solely to satisfy inheritance requirements, doesn't meet that standard. You'd argue wrong. Damien's voice was ice. My marriage is none of your concern, Marcus. Unless you're suggesting the board has authority over my personal life. I'm suggesting the board has a responsibility to ensure Jonathan's wishes are honored. He wanted you to find genuine connection, not manufacture it for profit. Hale's attention shifted to Elena. Mrs. Cross, perhaps you can help us understand. When did you and Damien meet? Elena felt the room's attention focus on her like a spotlight. Damien's hand, hidden beneath the table, found her knee. Steady pressure. Anchor. 6 months ago, she said. Through my father. He and Damien were acquainted. Acquainted how? Business matters. My father consulted for Cross Capital. The lie felt smooth now, worn in by repetition. Not quite false. Her father had consulted, had taken Damien's money, had been connected through Jonathan. Just incomplete. And you fell in love during these business consultations? Hale's tone suggested disbelief. No. We fell in love despite them. Elena held his gaze. My father died 6 months ago. Damien helped me through it. We spent time together. It developed. How romantic. A whirlwind courtship during grief. Hale pulled out his own folder. Except I have documentation suggesting otherwise. Your father died owing significant debts to Cross Capital. Debts that were forgiven immediately after your marriage. Convenient timing, wouldn't you say? Damien's hand tightened on her knee, warning. Elena kept her expression neutral. My husband is generous. He helped me when I needed it. Or he bought you. Hale's smile was cruel. I spoke with several of your father's associates. They mentioned you were facing foreclosure. Desperate. And then suddenly, you're married to a billionaire and all your problems disappear. That's not love, Mrs. Cross. That's a transaction. You're out of line, Marcus. Damien's voice was deadly quiet. My wife's financial situation before our marriage is irrelevant. Is it? Because it suggests motive. You needed a wife to satisfy the will. She needed money to save her home. A perfect arrangement. Hale leaned back. I'm not saying it's illegal. I'm saying it's not what Jonathan intended. Elena felt rage building in her chest, clean and clarifying. This man was dissecting her life, her choices, her feelings, reducing everything to a balance sheet. She'd spent 3 weeks learning to navigate Damien's world, playing roles, performing for strangers. She was done performing. You want to know when I fell in love with him? Elena's voice cut through the room. I'll tell you. I fell in love watching him try to save my father. Reading emails where he offered help that was refused. Learning that he'd spent 5 years honoring a promise to a dead man, trying to give an addict purpose and hope. I fell in love with someone who's terrible at emotions but tries anyway. Who's built walls so high he can barely see over them but let me in despite being terrified I'd leave. She stood, felt Damien tense beside her. You think this is a transaction? Fine. But transactions don't keep you up at night. They don't make your chest hurt when someone looks at you like they're seeing past all your damage. They don't make you want to be better than you are. The room was silent. Elena saw several board members watching her with something like sympathy. Others looked skeptical. Hale's expression was unreadable. That's quite a speech, he said finally. Very convincing. It's the truth. Elena sat back down, her hands shaking. Damien's hand found hers under the table, laced their fingers together. Hidden but there. Then you won't mind answering more questions. Personal ones. Hale pulled out a tablet. When is Damien's birthday? November 3rd. Elena didn't hesitate. She'd seen it on documents in his office. His mother's name? I don't know. He doesn't talk about her. True and honest. Some wounds were too deep for casual conversation. Where did he propose? Elena's breath caught. They hadn't discussed this. Hadn't built a story around a proposal that never happened. She felt Damien's hand tighten on hers, his tension radiating through the contact. He didn't, she said quietly. Propose, not in the traditional sense. We discussed marriage practically. Decided it made sense. Had a civil ceremony with lawyers as witnesses. She looked at Hale directly. It wasn't romantic, but it was honest. And we're building something real from that honesty. That's more than most people get. Building something real. Hale's smile was thin. Or performing for an audience? Both, probably. Damien spoke for the first time in minutes, his voice controlled but not cold. Marcus, you want me to admit this started as an arrangement? Fine. It did. Elena needed help. I needed to satisfy a will requirement. We made a deal. He stood, and Elena felt the shift in the room, power returning to his side. But deals don't explain why I come home early now. Why I leave my office door open. Why I'm sitting in this boardroom defending my marriage to someone who's trying to steal my company. His gaze swept the board members. Jonathan wanted me settled and stable. I am. Whether that satisfies your definition of romance is irrelevant. The will's terms are met. This meeting is over. I'm not finished, Hale started. Yes, you are. Gerald stood, gathered his documents. Unless you have actual evidence of fraud, which you don't, this is harassment. The marriage is legal. Mr. Cross has fulfilled the will's requirements. If you continue this line of questioning, we'll pursue legal action for defamation and interference. Hale's jaw tightened. He looked at the board members, seemed to calculate his odds. Several were already standing, clearly uncomfortable with the personal nature of his interrogation. This isn't over, Hale said quietly. I'll find something. A crack, a mistake, proof that this is exactly what I think it is. Good luck with that. Damien guided Elena toward the door, his hand protective on her back. Gentlemen, if there's nothing else? The board members filed out, murmuring among themselves. Elena heard fragments, seemed genuine. Hale overstepped. Personal matters. They'd won this round, but barely. In the hallway, Gerald pulled Damien aside. He's going to dig deeper. Hire investigators, interview people you know. We need to be prepared for more. Let him dig. Damien's expression was hard. He won't find anything because there's nothing to find. The marriage is real. Gerald glanced at Elena, then back at Damien. Is it? Because 3 weeks ago, you told me this was purely transactional. 3 weeks ago, I was wrong. Damien's hand found Elena's, held it openly this time. Anything else? Gerald studied them both, then shook his head. Just be careful. Hale's dangerous when he's cornered. They rode the elevator down in silence. In the lobby, Elena felt the adrenaline draining, leaving her exhausted and shaky. Damien guided her outside, where Thomas waited with the car. Take us home, Damien said. Not the penthouse. In the car, Elena leaned her head back against the seat. That was brutal. Damien's hand found hers again. You were incredible. What you said in there about falling in love. I meant it. Elena turned to look at him. I know we haven't said it. Haven't defined what this is. But I meant every word. Damien's throat worked. Elena. You don't have to say it back. I know you're not ready. But I needed you to know that for me, this stopped being transactional the night you told me about Jonathan. Maybe before. She squeezed his hand. I'm in this. Really in this. Whatever comes next. Damien pulled her across the seat, into his arms. Held her with an intensity that spoke louder than words. I don't know how to do this. How to be what you need. You're already doing it. Elena breathed in his cologne, let herself be held. You showed up today. Defended us. Held my hand where people could see. That's enough. It's not enough. You deserve. He stopped, his arms tightening. You deserve someone who can say it easily. Who isn't broken and terrified and terrible at this. I don't want easy. I want real. Elena pulled back to see his face. And you're the realest thing I've had in years. They rode the rest of the way in silence, holding each other. At the penthouse, Damien paid Thomas, then guided Elena inside. The space felt different now, less sterile, more lived in. Her photographs on the side table. His jacket draped over a chair. Evidence of 2 lives intersecting. I need to tell you something, Damien said. They stood in the living room, the city bright beyond the windows. About why Hale wants the company so badly. Elena waited. Jonathan didn't just mentor me. He mentored Hale 2 years before I came into the picture. They had a falling out, something about ethics, business practices Hale wanted to pursue that Jonathan refused. Damien moved to the window, his back to her. When Jonathan chose me as his successor, Hale saw it as a betrayal. He's been trying to take Cross Capital ever since. Not for profit. For revenge. So this isn't just business for him. No. It's personal. He wants to destroy what Jonathan built. Prove that Jonathan was wrong to choose me over him. Damien turned back. If he succeeds, if he proves the marriage is fraudulent, he doesn't just get the company. He erases Jonathan's legacy. Everything he worked for. Elena crossed to him, took his hands. Then we don't let him succeed. We prove the marriage is real. We fight for what Jonathan wanted. What if fighting isn't enough? What if he finds something, a crack in our story, a moment when we weren't careful enough? Damien's voice was raw. What if I lose everything because I let myself feel something? Then we lose it together. Elena pulled him close. But we don't lose each other. That's what matters. Damien's forehead dropped to hers. I'm falling in love with you. I don't know how to stop it. Don't know if I want to. Elena's breath caught. Then don't stop. Just let it happen. Let us happen. I'm terrified. I know. So am I. She kissed him softly. But I'm here anyway. And I'm not leaving. They stood like that, holding each other in the afternoon light, two people learning to trust that maybe, just maybe, this time would be different. Elena's phone buzzed. She ignored it. Buzzed again. Check it, Damien said quietly. She pulled out her phone, saw a text from an unknown number. Opened it. I know about the contract. The real one. The one that specifies separate bedrooms and no emotional entanglement. I know this is fake. And I'm going to prove it. Hill. Elena's hands went numb. She showed Damien the message. His expression went cold, controlled, the mask slamming back into place. He's bluffing. The contract is in my safe. No one has access. What if someone does? What if there's a leak in your office, or... There's not. But Damien's jaw was tight. I'll have Gerald check. Make sure the safe hasn't been compromised. And if it has? If he gets the contract? Elena felt panic rising. Everything I said in that boardroom becomes a lie. Everything we've built isn't a lie. Damien's hands framed her face, forced her to look at him. The contract was real. What we've become is also real. Both things can be true. Not to Hale. Not to the board. They'll see the contract and think we played them. Then we change the contract. Damien's voice was steady, certain. We tear it up. Write a new one. Or better, we don't have a contract at all. We just have this. Real and messy and undefined. Elena stared at him. You'd give up the legal protection? The clear terms? I'd give up anything to keep you. The words came out fierce. The contract was about control. But I don't want to control this. I want to... He stopped, seemed to struggle. I want to trust it. Trust you. Trust that we'll figure it out without needing everything spelled out in legal terms. That's terrifying for you. Yes. He kissed her forehead. But you're worth being terrified for. Elena's phone buzzed again. Another text from Hale. Tick-tock, Mrs. Cross. The truth always comes out. She showed it to Damien. He took the phone, blocked the number, handed it back. Let him try, Damien said. We'll deal with whatever he finds. Together. Together, Elena agreed. They spent the afternoon in Damien's office, shredding the original contract. Page by page, feeding it into the machine, watching their carefully constructed terms turn to confetti. When it was done, Damien pulled Elena into his lap, held her like she might disappear. No more contracts, he said against her hair. No more terms. Just us figuring this out day by day. That's the scariest thing you've ever said to me. But Elena was smiling. Good. We should both be scared. Means it matters. They ordered dinner, ate on the sofa with Elena's legs across Damien's lap. Talked about everything except Hale, her current restoration project, his upcoming acquisition, the brownstone renovations she wanted to make when the year was up. When the year is up, Damien said quietly. What happens then? Elena set down her wine glass. What do you want to happen? I want you to stay. Here or the brownstone or anywhere. Just with me. He looked at her, vulnerable in the dim light. I want to stop counting down days until this ends and start building something that doesn't have an expiration date. I want that too. Elena shifted to straddle his lap, her hands framing his face. I want to wake up next to you. Fight with you about stupid things. Learn all your worst habits and love you anyway. I have a lot of worst habits. I'm counting on it. She kissed him, deep and slow. Makes me feel better about mine. Damien's hands slid up her back, pulled her closer. The kiss turned hungry, desperate. Elena felt his control slipping, felt her own restraint crumbling. They'd been dancing around this for weeks. The tension, the want, the terrifying intimacy of actually choosing each other. Elena. Her name was a question and a plea. I don't want to rush this. We're not rushing. We're finally being honest. She pulled back to see his face. But only if you want this. Only if you're choosing it, not just responding to what I want. I want this. His voice was rough. I want you. Have wanted you since that first night when you threw my black card back at me. But if we do this, if we cross this line, there's no pretending anymore. No hiding behind contracts or arrangements. It's real. It's already real. Elena's hands slid into his hair. This just makes it honest. Damien stood, lifting her with him. Carried her down the hallway, past her bedroom, past his, to the master suite she'd never entered. Set her down gently, his hands shaking slightly. I'm going to be terrible at this, he said. At the intimacy part. At being vulnerable enough to. Elena kissed him quiet. Then we'll be terrible together. But we'll be honest. She reached for the zipper of her dress. Damien's hand covered hers, stopped her. Let me. His voice was low, controlled, but his hands trembled as he slowly lowered the zipper. The dress pooled at her feet. He stopped, seemed to lose words. Scared, Elena finished. So are you? I can see it. Terrified. But his hands slid to her waist, pulled her close. Not of this. Of what it means. That I'm letting you see all of me. The broken parts. The scared parts. Everything I've spent 35 years hiding. Good. Elena's fingers worked his tie loose, his shirt buttons. I want all of it. Not just the controlled, perfect version. The real you. They undressed each other slowly, carefully, like unwrapping something precious. When they were finally skin to skin, Damien pulled her to the bed, his touch reverent. Tell me if this is too much, he said. If you need me to slow down or stop or… Damien. Elena pulled him down to her. Stop thinking. Just feel. So he did. Let himself feel her hands on his skin, her breath against his neck, the way she whispered his name like a prayer. Let himself be vulnerable and terrified and desperately, wholly present. And Elena held him through it. Anchored him when his control slipped. Whispered reassurances when his fear surfaced. Showed him that intimacy didn't have to mean destruction. Afterward, they lay tangled together, breathing hard. Damien's hand traced patterns on her back, aimless, gentle, still learning. That was, he stopped. Real, Elena finished. Messy and imperfect and real. I didn't hurt you? No. She propped herself up to see his face. Why would you think that? Because I don't know how to do this without controlling it. Without managing every variable. His hand cupped her face. But I couldn't control that. Couldn't control what I was feeling. And I'm terrified I did it wrong. There's no wrong way to be honest. Elena kissed him softly. You were present. You were real. That's all I needed. Damien pulled her back down, held her close. I love you. I don't know how to say it without it sounding like I'm fulfilling an obligation, but I do. I love you. Elena's throat tightened. Say it again. I love you. Stronger this time, more certain. I'm terrible at it and I'm going to mess this up constantly, but I love you. I love you too. She pressed her face to his chest, felt his heartbeat steady and strong. Even though you're controlling and closed off and terrible at emotions. Especially because of that? No. In spite of it. She looked up at him. You're learning. That's what matters. They lay in the dark, the city lights filtering through the windows, and tried to believe that maybe they could survive this. That maybe love was enough to overcome Hale's threats and their own fears and the complicated history that had brought them together. Elena's phone buzzed on the nightstand. She ignored it. Buzzed again. Check it, Damien said quietly. She reached for it, saw a text from Sophie. Emergency. Call me. Elena's stomach dropped. She dialed. Sophie answered immediately, her voice tight. Elena, I'm sorry. I didn't know who else to call. There's a man here. At the gallery. He says he's a private investigator working for Marcus Hale. He's asking questions about you and Damien. About when you really met. About your father's debts. Sophie's voice dropped. He knows things, Elena. Things I didn't even know. And he's not leaving until I give him a statement. Elena sat up, her chest tight. Beside her, Damien was already reaching for his phone. Don't tell him anything, Elena said. I'm coming there now. She hung up, looked at Damien, saw her own fear reflected in his eyes. He's going after our friends, she said quietly, trying to find cracks in our story through people who know us. Then we stop him. Damien was already getting dressed, his movements sharp and controlled. We go to the gallery, we shut this down, and we make it clear that anyone who cooperates with Hale's investigation will face legal consequences. That's not going to work. Sophie's my best friend. She'll tell the truth if pressed. And the truth is, Elena stopped. That we barely knew each other 3 weeks ago, Damien finished. He sat on the edge of the bed, suddenly exhausted. That I paid off your debts right after we married. That every piece of evidence points to exactly what Hale thinks this is. Except what we feel. Elena moved to him, knelt between his knees. That's real. What just happened? She gestured at the bed at them. That was real. We can't let Hale take that from us. He won't take it. But he might take everything else. Damien's hands framed her face. The company, the inheritance, my reputation. If he proves fraud, I could face legal consequences. And you, his voice cracked. You'd be dragged through it all. Your name in the papers, your life dissected, everything you've built questioned. Then we fight. Elena's voice was fierce. We go to that gallery, we protect Sophie, and we show Hale that we're not backing down. This is my fault. I should have. Don't. She kissed him hard. Don't do that. Don't take all the blame. I signed the contract too. I made choices. We're in this together, remember? Damien held her gaze, then nodded. Together. They dressed quickly, drove to the gallery in Brooklyn where Sophie worked. The space was dark except for a single light in the back office. Through the window, Elena saw Sophie sitting across from a man in his 40s, expensive suit, tablet in hand, the professional detachment of someone paid to destroy lives. Damien's hand found Elena's as they entered. United front. The investigator looked up, smiled. Mrs. Cross. Mr. Cross. I was hoping you'd join us. This interview is over. Damien's voice was ice. You're harassing Miss Chen without legal cause. Leave now or I'll have you arrested for trespassing. Miss Chen invited me in. We're just having a friendly conversation about her best friend's whirlwind romance. The investigator's smile widened. She's been very helpful. Confirming that you and Mrs. Cross barely knew each other before the wedding. That the marriage seemed sudden, convenient. That Mrs. Cross was facing financial ruin right before meeting you. Sophie, Elena started. I'm sorry. Sophie's face was pale. He said if I didn't cooperate, he'd subpoena me. Make me testify in court. I didn't know what to do. You did nothing wrong. Elena moved to her friend, squeezed her shoulder. But this conversation is over. Anything else you want to know, you go through our lawyers. I have everything I need. The investigator stood, pocketed his tablet. Mr. Hale will be very interested in what I've learned. Thank you for your time, Miss Chen. And congratulations on your marriage, Mr. and Mrs. Cross. I hope it lasts longer than the year specified in your contract. He left. The gallery door chimed behind him, cheerful and obscene. Sophie looked at Elena, her eyes wide. Is it true? About the contract? About the year? Elena glanced at Damien. He nodded slightly. Permission. It was true, Elena said quietly. When we started. But it's not anymore. She stopped, tried to find words. We fell in love. Really. I know how it sounds, but I believe you. Sophie stood, pulled Elena into a hug. I've known you for 10 years. I've never seen you look at anyone the way you look at him. Whatever this started as, it's real now. Elena felt tears burning. Thank you. But Elena, Sophie pulled back. If that investigator has proof of the contract, if he can show it was transactional, you could both be in serious trouble. We know. Damien moved to stand beside Elena, his hand on her back. We're handling it. How? By telling the truth. Elena looked up at Damien. All of it. The contract, the arrangement, how it changed. We're not hiding anymore. Damien's expression was unreadable, but he nodded. No more hiding. They left Sophie at the gallery, drove back to Manhattan in heavy silence. In the penthouse, Elena poured wine with shaking hands while Damien called Gerald. Hale has an investigator, Damien said without preamble. He's interviewing our friends, building a case. We need to get ahead of this. Elena couldn't hear Gerald's response, but she saw Damien's jaw tighten. No. We're not settling. We're not giving him anything. Damien's voice was hard. Schedule a press conference. Tomorrow. We're telling our story before he can twist it. He hung up, looked at Elena across the living room. A press conference? She said quietly. We control the narrative. Tell the truth on our terms. He moved to her, took the wine glass from her hands. We admit the marriage started as an arrangement. We explain why, your father's debts, my inheritance requirements. And then we tell them it became real. That we fell in love despite the circumstances, not because of them. They'll crucify us. The media, the board, everyone. Probably. Damien's hands framed her face. But at least we'll be honest. And we'll face it together. Elena leaned into his touch, tried to find courage in his certainty. What if honest isn't enough? What if they don't believe us? Then we lose. He kissed her forehead. But we lose together. And we still have this. That's more than I thought I'd ever have. They stood in the penthouse, holding each other while the city breathed below them, and tried to prepare for tomorrow. For exposure, judgment, the possibility of losing everything. But they'd already lost the most important thing, their carefully constructed distance. And somehow, in losing it, they'd found something worth fighting for. Each other. Chapter 7, Revelation. Damien's POV. The press conference was scheduled for 2 p.m. at Cross Capital's headquarters. Damien stood in his office at noon, watching Gerald arrange note cards on the podium they'd set up in the main conference room. Through the glass walls, he could see journalists arriving, financial press, society reporters, the kind of media vultures who fed on scandal. His phone buzzed. Marcus Hale, looking forward to your performance today. Break a leg. Damien deleted the message without responding. Behind him, the office door opened. Elena entered, dressed in a navy sheath dress that made her look older, more severe. She'd pulled her hair back, minimal makeup, the armor of someone preparing for battle. Gerald sent me the talking points, she said. Her voice was steady, but he saw the tremor in her hands as she set down her bag. They're very clinical. That's Gerald's style. Minimize emotion, stick to facts. Damien moved to the bar cart, poured water he didn't want. Needed something to do with his hands. We don't have to use them. We can speak freely. Freely. Elena's laugh was hollow. In front of 50 journalists who are waiting for us to implode? Yes. He turned to face her. We tell them the truth. Exactly as it happened. Let them judge. They will judge, Damien. They'll tear us apart. She moved to the window, stared at the city below. Your reputation, your company, everything you've built, this could destroy it all. I know. He joined her at the window, stood close enough to feel her warmth. But the alternative is letting Hale control the narrative. Letting him paint us as frauds, as people who manipulated a dead man's will for profit. At least this way we tell our story. Elena was quiet for a long moment. Then, what if our story isn't enough? What if people hear the truth and still think we're lying? Then we survive it anyway. Damien's hand found hers, laced their fingers together. Together. Like we said. A knock on the door. Gerald entered, his expression grim. We have a problem. Hale just released a statement to the press. He's claiming he has evidence of fraud, copies of the original marriage contract, Testimony from witnesses about the transactional nature of your arrangement. He's calling for a formal investigation. Damien felt Elena's hand tighten on his. He's bluffing. The contract was destroyed. No copies exist. Are you certain? Gerald's gaze was sharp. No digital backups? No drafts in your email? Damien's stomach dropped. The drafts. He'd worked on the contract for weeks before presenting it to Elena, revising terms, adjusting clauses. All of it saved in his encrypted email account. Fuck. The word came out quiet, controlled. The drafts are in my email. I never deleted them. Then Hale has them. Or will soon. Gerald set his briefcase down with a heavy thud. We need to consider postponing the press conference. Regroup, build a stronger defense. No. Damien's voice was flat. We're not postponing. We're moving forward. Damien, if Hale releases those drafts during your press conference, you'll be blindsided. The optics will be. I don't care about optics. Damien turned to Elena. Do you want to do this? Knowing Hale might have ammunition? Knowing this could get worse before it gets better? Elena met his gaze and he saw fear there. But also something else. The same stubborn determination that had made her slap him, that had pushed back against every wall he'd built, that had refused to let him hide. Yes, she said quietly. I want to do this. I want to tell the truth before he can twist it. Gerald looked between them, then sighed. Then we adjust the strategy. We acknowledge the contract preemptively. We control how it's framed. And we emphasize that what started as an arrangement evolved into genuine connection. Will that work? Elena asked. I don't know. Gerald's honesty was brutal. But it's better than being caught in a lie. They spent the next hour revising talking points, anticipating questions, preparing for worst-case scenarios. At 1:30, Gerald left to brief the PR team. Damien and Elena sat alone in his office, the weight of what they were about to do pressing down on them. I'm scared, Elena said quietly. So am I. Damien pulled her close, buried his face in her hair. But I'm more scared of losing you than losing anything else. The company, the inheritance, my reputation, none of it matters if you're not here. That's the most romantic thing you've ever said to me. It's also the truth. He pulled back to see her face. Whatever happens in that room, whatever Hale does or says or releases, we face it together. And then we go home and we figure out how to survive it. Okay? Okay. Elena kissed him softly. I love you. Even if this destroys everything, I love you. I love you too. The words came easier now, less terrifying. Let's go tell the world. The conference room was packed. Journalists filled every seat, cameras lined the back wall, the air thick with anticipation. Damien saw familiar faces, reporters who'd covered his deals for years, society columnists who'd speculated about his personal life, financial analysts who'd praised his business acumen. All of them waiting to see him fall. At the back of the room, Marcus Hale stood with his arms crossed, his expression predatory. Damien guided Elena to the podium, their hands linked. The cameras flashed, a strobe of light that made the moment feel surreal. He looked at Gerald, standing off to the side, who nodded once. Permission. Or maybe just resignation. Thank you for coming, Damien began. His voice was steady, controlled, the mask he'd worn for years. But this time he was going to let it crack. I've called this press conference to address rumors about my marriage to Elena Morgan Cross. Specifically, to address claims that our marriage is fraudulent, entered into solely to satisfy inheritance requirements. The room went silent. Every reporter leaned forward, sensing blood. Those claims are partially true, Damien continued. My late mentor, Jonathan Cross, left a will that required me to be married for 1 year to inherit his estate and maintain controlling shares in Cross Capital. When I learned of this requirement, I made a decision. I would find someone to marry, fulfill the terms, and continue running the company I'd spent 15 years building. He felt Elena's hand tighten on his. Anchor. I met Elena through her father, Richard Morgan. Richard and Jonathan served together in the Gulf War. They saved each other's lives, maintained a friendship for decades. When Richard died 6 months ago, he left significant debts. Debts that threatened to destroy everything his daughter had worked for. Damien paused, let the words settle. I offered Elena a solution. A marriage contract. 1 year, clearly defined terms, financial security in exchange for public appearances as my wife. The cameras flashed faster. Reporters typed frantically. Damien saw Hale's smile widen. Elena accepted. We married in a civil ceremony 3 weeks ago. Legally binding, transactional in nature, exactly what the rumors suggest. He turned to look at Elena, saw tears tracking down her face. But something unexpected happened. The arrangement became real. We fell in love. A murmur rippled through the room. Skepticism, disbelief, the sound of people who'd heard too many lies to trust easy answers. I know how that sounds, Damien said. Convenient. Calculated. A story designed to satisfy the will's requirements while maintaining the appearance of legitimacy. But it's the truth. I fell in love with a woman who challenged me, who saw past my control to the fear underneath, who refused to let me hide behind walls I'd spent 35 years building. He stepped back, gestured for Elena to speak. She moved to the microphone, wiped her eyes, and faced the cameras with the same fierce determination he'd seen in his office that first night. I signed Damien's contract because I was desperate, Elena said. Her voice was rough but steady. My father died, left me with debts I couldn't pay, and I was going to lose everything. Damien offered me a way out. I took it. Not because I loved him, I barely knew him, but because I needed to survive. She paused, looked at Damien. He saw love there, and fear, and a courage that humbled him. But over the past 3 weeks, I've learned who he really is. Not the billionaire, not the ruthless businessman everyone writes about. The man underneath. Someone who spent 5 years trying to save my father from addiction. Someone who honored promises to dead men even when it cost him. Someone who's terrified of connection but trying anyway. Elena's voice broke. I fell in love with that man. Not the contract, not the money, not the security. Him. A reporter in the front row raised her hand. Mrs. Cross, if you fell in love, why not dissolve the contract? Why maintain the arrangement? Because we were scared, Elena said simply. Scared that if we acknowledged what we felt, it would destroy us. Scared that love wasn't enough to overcome the transactional way we started. Scared that people would judge us for how we met instead of what we became. And now, another reporter asked, are you still scared? Terrified. Elena's hand found Damien's, held it in front of everyone. But we're done hiding. Yes, we started as a transaction. Yes, the contract was real. But what we feel now is also real. And we're choosing to fight for it, regardless of the consequences. Damien moved back to the microphone. I'm prepared to release all documentation related to our marriage. The original contract, email drafts, financial records, everything. I'm also prepared to submit to a formal investigation if the board requires it. But I want to be clear, our marriage is legal, genuine, and exactly what Jonathan Cross wanted when he wrote his will. He wanted me to let someone in. To stop being alone. I've done that. Whether it satisfies the board's definition of settled and stable is for them to decide. Mr. Cross, a reporter stood. Marcus Hale claims he has evidence that contradicts your story. Testimony from friends, witnesses, proof that this marriage is a sham. How do you respond? Before Damien could answer, the conference room doors opened. Marcus Hale strode to the front, a tablet in his hand, his expression triumphant. Since we're being honest, Hale said, his voice carrying through the room, let me share what I've found. He held up the tablet. This is the original marriage contract between Damien Cross and Elena Morgan. Dated 3 weeks ago. It specifies separate bedrooms, no emotional entanglement, and a 1-year term ending in divorce. It includes a clause stating that any breach of emotional distance will result in immediate termination of the agreement. The room erupted. Reporters shouted questions, cameras flashed, the chaos of scandal breaking open. Damien felt Elena's hand slip from his. Saw her face go pale, her composure cracking. That contract is void, Damien said, his voice cutting through the noise. We destroyed it. Mutually agreed to dissolve the terms and build something real instead. How convenient. Hale's smile was cruel. You destroyed evidence of fraud right before my investigation. That's not love, Mr. Cross. That's covering your tracks. It's not fraud if both parties consent to new terms. Gerald stepped forward, his lawyer's instincts taking over. My clients have been transparent about the evolution of their relationship. The original contract is irrelevant to their current status. Is it? Hale turned to the reporters. I also have testimony from Ms. Sophie Chin, Mrs. Cross's best friend, confirming that the marriage seemed sudden and financially motivated. I have bank records showing that Mr. Cross paid off Mrs. Cross's debts immediately after the wedding. I have evidence of a pattern. A desperate woman, a calculating man, and a will that could be exploited for profit. That's defamation, Gerald snapped. We'll pursue legal action. Let him talk. Damien's voice was quiet but firm. He stepped forward, faced Hale directly. You want to destroy me, Marcus? Fine. You've wanted that since Jonathan chose me over you. But don't pretend this is about the will or the company or protecting Jonathan's legacy. This is about revenge. Pure and simple. Hale's expression hardened. This is about justice. Jonathan wanted you to change, to grow, to become someone capable of genuine connection. Instead, you manipulated his will, exploited a vulnerable woman, and manufactured a marriage to steal an inheritance you don't deserve. I deserve it because I built this company from what Jonathan gave me. Damien's control was slipping, rage building beneath the surface. I spent 15 years growing Cross Capital, honoring his vision, protecting his legacy. You spent 15 years trying to tear it down because he saw what you really are, someone who values profit over people, who'd destroy everything good to satisfy your ego. Gentlemen, Gerald tried to intervene. No. Elena's voice cut through the chaos. She moved to stand between Damien and Hale, her spine straight, her fear transformed into fury. You want to judge our marriage? Fine. Judge it. But don't you dare question whether what we feel is real. I know how this looks. I know the optics are terrible. But I also know that the man standing behind me spent 5 years trying to save my father when he had no obligation to do so. I know he honored a promise to a dead man even when it cost him his control. I know he's learning to trust, to love, to be vulnerable despite being terrified it will destroy him. She turned to the cameras, to the reporters, to the world watching. Yes, we started as a transaction. Yes, the contract was real. But I'm standing here, in front of all of you, telling you that I love him. Not his money, not his company, not what he can provide. The broken, scared, brilliant man who's trying to be better than he was. If that's not enough for you, if you need some fairy tale romance to believe love is real, then you've never actually been in love. The room was silent. Even Hale seemed momentarily stunned. Elena looked back at Damien, and he saw everything in her eyes, love and fear and a fierce determination to fight for what they'd built. I'm done apologizing for how we started. We're here now. We're real now. And anyone who can't accept that can go to hell. She walked off the podium, toward the exit. Damien followed without hesitation, leaving Gerald to handle the chaos, leaving Hale standing with his evidence and his accusations, leaving the company and the inheritance and everything he'd spent his life building. Because none of it mattered if Elena wasn't beside him. They made it to the elevator before the reporters caught up, shouting questions. The doors closed on the noise, leaving them in sudden, shocking silence. Elena leaned against the wall, her chest heaving. I just told the entire financial press to go to hell. You did. Damien pulled her into his arms. It was incredible. It was career suicide. For both of us. But she was laughing, the sound edged with hysteria. Oh God, what did we just do? Told the truth. Let the chips fall. He kissed her forehead, her cheeks, her mouth. I'm so fucking proud of you. Proud? Damien, She stopped, seemed to process. We just walked away. From the press conference, from defending yourself, from everything. I walked away from a performance. He cupped her face, made her look at him. I'm not walking away from you. Ever. The elevator reached the lobby. Thomas waited with the car, as always. They climbed in and Damien gave him an address that surprised even himself. Brooklyn Heights, he said. The brownstone. Elena looked at him, confused. Why? Because that's home. Your home. Where your mother's paintings are, where your studio is, where you built a life before I crashed into it. Damien took her hand. I don't want to go back to the penthouse. I want to go somewhere real. They drove through Manhattan in silence, crossed the bridge into Brooklyn as the afternoon sun painted everything gold. The brownstone stood exactly as Elena had left it, covered furniture, her mother's paintings on the walls, the ghost of a life interrupted. Inside, Damien pulled the sheets off furniture while Elena opened windows, letting in air and light. They moved through the house together, reclaiming space, making it theirs instead of just hers. In the studio on the third floor, Elena stood in front of her current restoration project, the Baroque Madonna she'd been working on when the foreclosure notice arrived. She picked up a brush, studied the damaged section she'd been repairing. I never finished this, she said quietly. Everything happened so fast. The debt, the contract, moving into your world. I left this half done. Damien moved behind her, wrapped his arms around her waist. Finish it now. We have time. Do we? Elena set down the brush, turned in his arms. After today, after what we said and did, Damien, we might have lost everything. The company, the inheritance, your reputation. Hale's going to use what happened as proof of fraud. Let him. Damien's voice was certain. I meant what I said up there. None of it matters if you're not with me. That's easy to say now. But when the board votes, when you lose Cross Capital, when everything Jonathan built is gone, her voice broke. You'll resent me. You'll look at me and see everything you sacrificed. No. He kissed her, fierce and desperate. I'll look at you and see everything I gained. Elena, I've spent my entire life building walls, accumulating power, controlling every variable. And I was miserable. Successful, respected, yes. But utterly, completely alone. His forehead dropped to hers. You broke through all of that. Made me feel things I thought I'd buried. Made me want things I'd convinced myself I didn't need. If losing the company is the price of keeping you, I'll pay it gladly. You don't mean that. I do. He pulled back, made her see his face. Jonathan's will wasn't about the company. It was about saving me from becoming him, brilliant and successful and alone at the end. He wanted me to choose connection over control. I'm choosing it. I'm choosing you. Elena's eyes filled. What if I'm not enough? What if you wake up in 6 months and realize you gave up everything for someone who what? Who loves me despite seeing my worst? Who challenges me when I'm wrong? Who's brave enough to tell the financial press to go to hell because she believes in us? Damien's hands framed her face. You're more than enough. You're everything. They sank to the floor of the studio, holding each other while the sun set through the windows. Outside, Brooklyn Heights settled into evening. Inside, two people tried to believe that love could be enough to survive the storm they just unleashed. Damien's phone buzzed. He ignored it. Buzzed again, insistent. Check it, Elena said quietly. He pulled out his phone, saw a text from Gerald. Board is calling emergency meeting. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. They're voting on your position as CEO. Hale's pushing for immediate removal. Damien showed Elena the message. She read it, her expression unreadable. Tomorrow, she said. They're going to take it all tomorrow. Probably. He pocketed his phone. Does that change anything? For us. Elena was quiet for a long moment. Then, no. It doesn't change anything. Good. He stood, pulled her up with him. Then let's not waste tonight worrying about tomorrow. Let's just be here. Together. They ordered pizza from Elena's favorite Brooklyn place, ate sitting on the floor of the empty living room because the furniture was still covered in sheets. Talked about everything except the board meeting, her plans for the studio, his ideas for the brownstone renovations, the life they could build if they survived this. At midnight, they climbed to Elena's childhood bedroom, the space she'd occupied before moving into his penthouse. The bed was small, the room filled with memories, but it felt more like home than anywhere Damien had ever lived. They made love slowly, carefully, like they were memorizing each other. Elena whispered his name like a prayer, and Damien held her like she might disappear. Afterward, they lay tangled together in the dark. "I'm scared," Elena admitted. "Of tomorrow. Of losing you to resentment or regret or—" "You won't lose me." Damien's arms tightened around her. "Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever the board decides, we face it together. And then we figure out what comes next. What if there is no next? What if they destroy you? Then I rebuild. With you." He kissed her hair. "I've built an empire from nothing once. I can do it again. But this time, I won't be alone." Elena pressed her face to his chest, and he felt her tears against his skin. "I love you. Even if this is a mistake, even if we crash and burn, I love you." "It's not a mistake." But Damien's voice was rough. "And we're not going to burn. We're going to survive this. Together." They fell asleep holding each other, two people on the edge of losing everything, choosing love over safety, connection over control. And in Manhattan, Marcus Hale sat in his office reviewing tomorrow's presentation, confident that by noon, Cross Capital would finally be his. He'd won. Or so he thought. Because he'd made the same mistake everyone made when facing Damien Cross. He'd underestimated how far Damien would go to protect what mattered. And for the first time in Damien's life, what mattered wasn't the company or the inheritance or his carefully constructed empire. It was the woman sleeping in his arms, brave and stubborn and real. And he'd burn the whole world down before he let anyone take her from him. Chapter 8. Renegotiation. Elena's POV. Elena woke at dawn to find Damien's side of the bed empty. She sat up, disoriented, the brownstone bedroom, not the penthouse. Sunlight filtered through curtains she'd hung at 16, painting everything in shades of amber and memory. She found him in her father's study, still dressed in yesterday's shirt and slacks, surrounded by files he must have retrieved from the penthouse during the night. His laptop glowed in the dim room, spreadsheets and documents covering the screen. "How long have you been up?" Elena asked from the doorway. Damien looked up, and exhaustion shadowed his eyes. "A few hours. I couldn't sleep." "The board meeting." She moved into the room, perched on the edge of the desk. "You're preparing." "I'm accepting." He gestured at the laptop. "Gerald sent me the preliminary vote count. Hale has 7 board members on his side. I have 4. The remaining 2 are undecided, but they're risk-averse. After yesterday's press conference, they'll vote with Hale. It's over." Elena's chest tightened. "So you're just giving up?" "I'm being realistic." Damien closed the laptop with careful precision. "Hale's going to take control of Cross Capital. The board will vote to remove me as CEO, probably install him in my place. Jonathan's inheritance will be contested, tied up in probate for years. Everything I've built will belong to someone else. And you're okay with that?" Her voice rose, anger cutting through fear. "You're just going to walk into that boardroom and let him win? What choice do I have?" Damien stood, moved to the window. "Fight and lose anyway? Drag this out for months while the company suffers? Watch Hale dismantle everything Jonathan built piece by piece." He turned to face her. "Or I can walk away with dignity. Preserve what reputation I have left. Start over. With me." The words came out flat. "You're going to walk away from your company and start over with me, and eventually you're going to resent that choice." "No." "Yes." Elena stood, crossed her arms. "You say it doesn't matter now, in the heat of the moment. But in 6 months, a year, when you're rebuilding from nothing and I'm the reason you lost everything, you'll look at me differently. You'll wonder if I was worth it." Damien closed the distance between them in 3 strides. His hands framed her face, forced her to meet his eyes. "Listen to me. I will never resent you. Never wonder if you were worth it. Because losing the company means losing something Jonathan built. But keeping you means keeping something we built. Together. And that matters more. You don't know that. You can't promise. I can promise that I love you more than I love control." His voice was fierce. I can promise that walking away from Cross Capital hurts less than walking away from you would. I can promise that whatever we build next, we build it together, and that's enough. Elena wanted to believe him. Wanted to trust that love could survive the wreckage of his career, the loss of his legacy, the weight of sacrifice. But she'd watched her father make promises he couldn't keep, seen good intentions crumble under pressure. What if it's not enough? She whispered. What if we try to build something new and fail? What if we destroy each other trying? Then we fail together. Damien's forehead dropped to hers. But we try. That's all Jonathan wanted, for me to try. To risk connection even knowing it might end badly. I'm doing that. With you. A knock on the front door interrupted them. Elena pulled away, moved to the window. A black town car idled at the curb, not Thomas's usual vehicle. Through the brownstone's front window, she saw Gerald standing on the stoop, briefcase in hand. Damien went downstairs to let him in. Elena followed, her stomach nodding. Gerald looked worse than Damien, rumpled suit, coffee-stained tie, the appearance of someone who'd worked through the night. He set his briefcase on the hall table with a heavy thud. I have news, he said without preamble. Some good, mostly complicated. Tell me. Damien's voice was controlled, braced for impact. The board met in emergency session last night. Hale pushed for an immediate vote on your removal. But two board members, Patricia Chen and David Okonkwo, blocked it. They're demanding a full investigation before any decision is made. That buys us time. How much time? Elena asked. 30 days. They've hired an independent firm to audit the marriage, review the will's terms, interview witnesses. If the investigation concludes the marriage is genuine, you keep your position. If it concludes fraud, Hale gets what he wants. Damien was quiet for a long moment. Then, 30 days of our lives under a microscope. Every conversation recorded, every moment analyzed, strangers judging whether what we feel is real enough. Yes. Gerald's expression was grim. I won't lie to you, the optics are terrible. The contract Hale released, the timing of the debt payment, the transactional origin, it all supports his narrative. We need something concrete to counter it. Proof that the marriage evolved beyond the contract's terms. Like what? Elena felt panic rising. Love letters? Romantic gestures? We've been married 3 weeks. We barely have a history. We have truth. Damien's hand found hers. We tell the investigators exactly what happened. How we met, why we married, how it changed. We don't perform or manufacture evidence. We just exist. Honestly. That might not be enough, Gerald warned. Hale's going to paint you as master manipulators. He'll argue that any affection you display is calculated, designed to satisfy the investigation. You need to give them something undeniable. Such as... Damien's voice had an edge. Gerald hesitated. Move into the brownstone. Publicly. Make it clear you're choosing Elena's world over your own. Merge your lives in ways that can't be faked. Joint accounts, shared space, integrated friend groups. Show them a marriage that exists beyond legal documents. We're already doing that, Elena said. We came here last night. We're staying. But you need to go further. Gerald pulled documents from his briefcase. I've drafted a post-nuptial agreement. It dissolves the original contract's terms, the separate bedrooms clause, the 1-year limit, the divorce settlement. It establishes you as equal partners in all assets, removes any financial incentive for the marriage to continue. If you sign this, it demonstrates that money isn't the motivation. Elena took the document, scanned the terms. It was the opposite of the original contract. No protections, no clear boundaries, just two people agreeing to share everything. Terrifying and honest. If I sign this, Damien said quietly, and the investigation still rules against me, I lose everything. The company, the inheritance, and half of whatever assets remain. Elena could walk away with millions. Yes. Gerald's gaze was steady. It's a significant risk. Then I'll sign it. Damien reached for a pen. Wait. Elena caught his hand. You don't have to do this. Don't have to prove anything by giving me access to your money. I'm not proving anything. I'm being honest. He turned to face her fully. The original contract was about control, protecting myself, managing variables, ensuring I couldn't be hurt. This is the opposite. Giving up control. Trusting you with everything. That's what Jonathan wanted. That's what I want. Damien. Sign it with me. His voice was soft but certain. Not because Gerald says we should. Because it's real. Because we're choosing this, each other, equal partnership, no safety nets. Elena looked at the document, at the clauses that would entangle their lives completely. No escape routes, no clear exit strategy, just trust and risk and the terrifying possibility of building something that lasted. Okay, she whispered. Let's sign it. They sat at her father's desk, the same desk where Damien had found the Castellan holding statements, where Elena had discovered the truth about the payments. Gerald witnessed as they signed, his expression unreadable. When it was done, Gerald gathered the documents. I'll file this today. The investigators will have it by tomorrow. He paused at the door. For what it's worth, I believe you. Both of you. I've known Damien for 15 years, and I've never seen him like this. Whatever you've built, it's real. He left. The brownstone settled into silence. Elena stared at the space where they'd signed away any pretense of safety. We just bet everything on us. Yes. Damien pulled her into his arms. Terrifying, isn't it? Completely. But she was smiling. Also kind of exhilarating. They spent the morning making the brownstone livable, uncovering furniture, stocking the kitchen, moving Damien's clothes from the penthouse. Thomas made 3 trips, each time bringing more evidence of Damien's life folding into Elena's. Suits hanging next to her vintage dresses. His coffee maker beside her French press. 2 lives merging in ways that felt both natural and surreal. At noon, Sophie arrived with lunch and questions. She stood in the foyer, looking between Elena and Damien with barely concealed curiosity. So, Sophie said, setting down bags of Thai food. You're really doing this? Living here? Together? We're really doing this? Elena led her to the kitchen, started unpacking containers. I know how it looks. It looks like you're in love. Sophie's voice was gentle. I told that investigator the marriage seemed sudden because it was. But Elena, I've never seen you like this. Happy and terrified and completely unguarded. That's not something you can fake. Tell that to Marcus Hale. Damien joined them, leaned against the counter. He's convinced we're performing. Then prove him wrong. Sophie looked at Elena. You've spent your whole life restoring damaged things. Maybe that's what you're doing now. Restoring each other. The words settled into Elena's chest, true and uncomfortable. She'd fallen in love with Damien's damage, the walls, the fear, the brilliant broken pieces of him. And maybe he'd fallen in love with hers, the grief, the pride, the stubborn refusal to let loss define her. They were restoring each other. Slowly, imperfectly, honestly. After Sophie left, Elena returned to her studio. The Baroque Madonna waited on the easel, half repaired. She picked up her tools, studied the damaged section, cracked paint, missing details, centuries of wear obscuring the original beauty. Damien appeared in the doorway. Can I watch? If you're quiet. But she smiled. Restoration requires patience. Lots of staring and tiny brushstrokes and accepting that some damage can't be fully erased. Sounds familiar. He settled into the window seat, his laptop balanced on his knees. I'll work while you work. They fell into comfortable silence. Elena focused on delicate repairs, Damien typing emails and reviewing documents. Occasionally, she'd glance up to find him watching her, his expression soft in a way that still surprised her. What? She asked during one of these moments. Nothing. Just, he paused, seemed to search for words. Jonathan used to say that watching someone work was intimate, that you could learn everything about a person by seeing them do what they loved. I never understood what he meant until now. What are you learning? That you're patient in ways I'm not. That you see beauty in damage. That you believe things can be saved even when they seem beyond repair. His voice went quiet. That maybe I can be saved too. Elena set down her brush, crossed to him. straddled his lap in the window seat, framed his face with paint-stained hands. You don't need saving, Damien. You need someone who sees you, really sees you, and stays anyway. I'm staying. Even if we lose everything? Even then. She kissed him softly. We'll build something new. Together. Maybe it won't be as big or impressive as Cross Capital. But it'll be ours. And that's enough. Damien's arms wrapped around her, held her like an anchor. They sat like that as afternoon light painted the studio gold, two people learning to trust that love could survive uncertainty. Elena's phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. The investigators want to interview you. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. Come alone. Blackstone Inquiry Group. She showed Damien. His jaw tightened. They're going to ask about everything. How we met, when we fell in love, intimate details about our relationship. His hands tightened on her waist. They'll try to find inconsistencies. Moments when our stories don't align. Then we tell the same truth. Elena's voice was steady. Separately but honestly. If we're both telling the truth, the stories will match. Right? In theory. But Damien looked uncertain. What if they ask about things we haven't discussed? Private moments, feelings we haven't shared? What if our truths don't align? Then we deal with it. She climbed off his lap, pulled him to his feet. But tonight, let's not think about investigators or board meetings or Marcus Hale. Let's just be us. No performance, no strategy. Just two people figuring out how to be together. They cooked dinner, or rather, Elena cooked while Damien watched and occasionally handed her ingredients. She made her mother's pasta recipe, the one she'd learned at 12, and told him stories about growing up in this house. He listened with the focused attention he usually reserved for business negotiations, asking questions, remembering details. After dinner, they sat on the front stoop with wine, watching Brooklyn Heights settle into evening. Neighbors walked dogs, couples pushed strollers, the ordinary rhythm of lives being lived. I've never done this, Damien said quietly. Just sat. Watched the world go by. It always felt like wasted time. And now it feels like the only time that matters. He laced his fingers through hers. Everything else, the company, the money, the empire, it's all just noise. This is real. Elena leaned her head on his shoulder. You're getting sentimental in your old age. I'm 35. Ancient. She smiled. But I like you this way. Less controlled. More human. Jonathan would be pleased. And probably insufferable about being right. About what? About you. About this. Damien gestured at the brownstone, the street, their joined hands. He always said I needed someone who'd challenge me. Who wouldn't let me hide. I thought he was wrong. Thought I was better off alone. And now I know he was right. As usual. Damien's voice went rough. I miss him. Wish he could see this. See us. Know that his ridiculous will actually worked. Maybe he does see it. Elena squeezed his hand. Maybe he's somewhere being incredibly smug about his matchmaking skills. Definitely. And planning an I told you so speech for when I eventually join him. They sat until the streetlights flickered on, until the wine bottle was empty, until the November cold drove them inside. In the brownstone's warmth, they climbed to Elena's childhood bedroom and made love slowly, learning each other's bodies with the careful attention of people who knew this might be all they'd have if tomorrow went wrong. Afterward, Elena traced patterns on Damien's chest, her mind racing despite her exhaustion. What will you do? If you lose Cross Capital? I don't know. His hands stilled her restless fingers. Maybe start a new company. Maybe consult. Maybe take time to figure out who I am without the empire. He paused. What would you want me to do? I want you to be happy. Whatever that looks like. She propped herself up to see his face. But I also want you to know, you don't have to have all the answers right now. We can figure it out together. One day at a time. One day at a time, he repeated. That's terrifying for someone who plans 5 years ahead. But you need more terror in your life. Keeps you human. Damien pulled her back down, kissed her forehead. I love you. even when you're deliberately antagonizing me. Especially then. Elena smiled against his chest. Someone has to keep your ego in check. They fell asleep tangled together, and for the first time in weeks, Elena didn't dream about debt or foreclosure or loss. She dreamed about the future, uncertain and terrifying, and theirs. Morning arrived too quickly. Elena woke to find Damien already dressed, making coffee in her kitchen like he'd done it 1,000 times. The domesticity of it made her chest ache. "Ready?" he asked when she appeared in the doorway. "No. But I'll go anyway." She accepted the coffee he offered. "What about you? When's your interview?" "This afternoon. 2 p.m. He leaned against the counter, studied her face. "We should go over our story one more time. Make sure we're aligned." "No." Elena set down her mug. "We're not rehearsing. We're not strategizing. We're just going to tell the truth, separately, and trust that it's enough." "Elena." "No, Damien. This is exactly what got us into trouble. Trying to control every variable, manage every detail. We need to let go. Trust the process. Trust each other." He was quiet for a long moment. Then, "You're right. But that doesn't make it less terrifying." "I know." She moved into his arms. "But we're terrified together. That counts for something." The Blackstone Inquiry Group occupied a nondescript office in Midtown, the kind of space designed to intimidate through sterility. Elena sat in a conference room across from two investigators, a woman in her 50s named Dr. Sarah Chin and a man in his 40s named James Rodriguez. A recording device sat between them, red light blinking. "Mrs. Cross," Dr. Chin began, her voice professionally neutral. "Thank you for coming. We're going to ask you questions about your relationship with Damien Cross. Please answer honestly and completely. This interview is being recorded and will be submitted to the Cross Capital Board as part of their investigation." Elena's hands were shaking. She clasped them in her lap, forced steadiness. "I understand. Let's start at the beginning. How did you meet your husband?" "Through my father, Richard Morgan. He and Damien had a business relationship. My father consulted for Cross Capital." The partial truth felt smooth, worn in by repetition. "When did you first meet Mr. Cross?" Elena paused. The truth was complicated. She'd technically met him the night he'd presented the contract, but they'd been aware of each other through her father for months before that. 6 months ago. Shortly after my father died. "And what were the circumstances of that meeting?" "I was drowning. In debt, in grief, in the wreckage my father left behind." The words came easier than expected, raw and honest. Damien offered help. Financial help. A way out. In exchange for marriage. Yes. No point denying what they already knew. He needed a wife to satisfy his mentor's will. I needed money to save my home. It was transactional. Dr. Chin made notes. When did the relationship become non-transactional? I don't know that there was one moment. It built over time. Elena thought about the files, the arguments, the night in her father's study. I started seeing him differently. Not as the man who'd bought my compliance, but as someone who'd tried to save my father. Someone who'd honored promises to dead men. Someone who was terrified of connection but trying anyway. When did you fall in love with him? The question should have been simple. Instead, Elena found herself struggling to articulate something that felt too big for words. I fell in love watching him be vulnerable. Seeing him crack open despite being terrified. Learning that underneath all his control was just a scared kid who needed someone to tell him he was worth staying for. That's very poetic, Mrs. Cross. But can you be more specific? A date, a moment, something concrete. Elena thought about the terrace, his hand on her jaw. The kiss in her father's study. The press conference where he'd walked away from everything for her. There wasn't one moment. It was every moment. Every time he chose honesty over control. Every time he let me see past his walls. Every time he stayed when it would have been easier to leave. James Rodriguez leaned forward. Let's talk about the original marriage contract. The one Mr. Hale released to the press. It specified separate bedrooms, no emotional entanglement, a 1-year term ending in divorce. Is that accurate? Yes. No point lying. That was the original agreement. When did you stop following those terms? About 2 weeks in. Elena met his gaze steadily. We tried to maintain distance. It didn't work. We kept, she paused, searched for the right word, colliding, arguing, seeing each other in ways we hadn't planned. The contract became irrelevant because what we felt became real. Convenient timing, Dr. Chin observed. Just as Mr. Hale's investigation was beginning. No. Elena's voice sharpened. Inconvenient timing. If we'd stuck to the contract, Hale would have had nothing to investigate. We made our lives harder by falling in love, not easier. Unless you're performing love to satisfy the investigation. Then we're incredible actors. Elena stood, too agitated to sit. Do you know what it's like to fall in love with someone when you're not supposed to? When every feeling is suspect, every gesture analyzed, every moment questioned. We're not performing. We're surviving. And if that's not enough proof for you, then I don't know what would be. Dr. Chen's expression didn't change. Please sit down, Mrs. Cross. We're not finished. Elena sat, forced her hands to unclench. Tell me about your husband's relationship with Jonathan Cross. The shift in topic caught her off guard. Jonathan was Damien's mentor. He pulled Damien out of foster care, gave him a job, taught him everything. And he died 18 months ago. Yes. Pancreatic cancer. How did Mr. Cross handle his death? Elena thought about the funeral, the eulogy, the way Damien had almost broken. Badly. He loved Jonathan. Even if he'd never admit it, he loved him. Losing him, she stopped, her throat tight. It broke something in Damien, made him more closed off, more controlled. Like if he didn't feel anything, it couldn't hurt him. Until he met you. Until he met me. Elena's voice was quiet. I made him feel things, whether he wanted to or not. They asked more questions, about the brownstone, about the post-nuptial agreement, about intimate details of their relationship that made Elena's face burn. She answered honestly, sometimes painfully so, laying bare the messy reality of loving someone who'd been taught that love meant loss. After 2 hours, Dr. Chin finally stopped the recording. Thank you, Mrs. Cross. We'll be in touch if we have follow-up questions. Elena left the office feeling flayed open, every vulnerability exposed. She called Damien from the street. How did it go? His voice was tight with concern. Brutal. They asked everything. About the contract, about Jonathan, about us. She leaned against a building, suddenly exhausted. I told them the truth. All of it. I don't know if it was enough. You did great. I know you did. The pause. My interview is in an hour. I'll call you after. Damien? Elena's voice caught. I love you. Whatever they decide, whatever happens, I love you. I love you too. His voice was rough. See you at home tonight. The brownstone. Their space. Elena held on to that thought as she took the subway back to Brooklyn, as she climbed the steps to the house her mother had loved, as she tried to believe that truth would be enough. Damien came home at 6, looking as wrecked as she felt. He pulled her into his arms without a word, just held her in the foyer while the November evening darkened outside. They asked about my mother, he said finally. About being abandoned. About foster care. Things I've never told anyone except Jonathan. What did you say? The truth. That I was 7 when she left. That I spent 11 years learning people only stay if you're useful. That I built my entire life around never needing anyone enough to be destroyed when they left. His arms tightened. And then I told them about you. How you made me need someone anyway. How terrifying and necessary that is. Elena pulled back to see his face. Do you think they believed you? I don't know. I don't care. He cupped her face. I told them the truth. That's all we can do. The rest is up to them. They spent the evening in the studio, Elena working on her restoration while Damien read beside her, occasionally looking up to watch her work. The silence was comfortable, intimate, the kind of quiet that came from two people who didn't need to fill every moment with words. At midnight, they climbed to bed exhausted but together. Elena fell asleep in Damien's arms, and for the first time since the press conference, she felt something like peace. The investigation would conclude in 30 days. The board would vote. Hale would either win or lose. But regardless of the outcome, she had this, Damien's heartbeat under her ear, his arms around her, the terrifying certainty that they'd survive whatever came next. Together. Epilogue. 6 months later. Dual POV. Elena. The morning light through the brownstone studio windows had a quality Elena had forgotten during her weeks in Damien's sterile penthouse, warm, diffused, alive. She stood before the Baroque Madonna, finally complete after 8 months of painstaking restoration. The Virgin's face gazed back at her, serene and knowing, damage transformed into character. Behind her, she heard Damien's footsteps on the stairs, lighter now, less controlled. 6 months of living in Brooklyn Heights had softened some of his Manhattan edges, though he'd probably deny it if asked. "Coffee's ready," he said from the doorway. And Gerald called. The Williamsburg acquisition cleared final approval. Elena set down her brush, turned to face him. He wore jeans and a sweater, casual Friday at Cross and Morgan Ventures, the company they'd built from the ashes of his forced resignation. Smaller than Cross Capital, more focused, but there's in a way his empire never had been. "That's the third deal this month," she said. "We might actually turn a profit this quarter." "We will turn a profit." Damien moved into the studio, wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. "I'm very good at making money, even when I'm not trying to prove anything." Elena leaned back against him, studied the restored painting. "Do you miss it? Cross Capital? The empire?" "Sometimes." His honesty still surprised her, even after 6 months of learning his unguarded truth. "I miss the scale, the power, the certainty of knowing I controlled everything. But then I come home to you covered in paint, arguing with me about business strategy, and I remember why losing it was worth it." The board's investigation had concluded 4 months ago. Dr. Chen and James Rodriguez had submitted a 200-page report that Elena and Damien never read. Gerald had summarized the key finding. While the marriage originated as a contractual arrangement, evidence suggests genuine emotional connection developed. However, the timeline and circumstances create reasonable doubt about the relationship's authenticity at the time of marriage. Recommendation: remove Damien Cross as CEO, contest inheritance distribution, allow marriage to stand as legally valid but ethically questionable. Marcus Hale had won. Cross Capital, Jonathan's legacy, everything Damien had built for 15 years, gone. Hale had been installed as CEO within a week, immediately restructuring, firing half the senior staff, pivoting the company's focus toward aggressive acquisitions that prioritized profit over Jonathan's careful balance of growth and ethics. Damien had watched his life's work dismantled and chosen to walk away rather than fight a battle he'd already lost. "I got an email from Patricia Chin yesterday," Elena said. "She resigned from the board. Said she couldn't watch Hale destroy what Jonathan built." "Smart woman." Damien's voice was neutral, but Elena felt tension in his shoulders. "She's the third board member to leave since Hale took over. The company's bleeding talent. Does that make you feel vindicated?" "No. It makes me sad." He released her, moved to the window overlooking the garden Elena had been slowly restoring. Jonathan built something good. Hale's turning it into exactly what Jonathan feared, a machine that makes money without caring about the cost. "I wish I could stop it." "You can't save everyone," Elena said quietly. "Jonathan taught you that with my father. Sometimes you have to let people, or companies, make their own mistakes. Doesn't make it easier to watch." Elena joined him at the window. Below, the garden showed signs of spring. Crocuses pushing through thawed earth, the cherry tree budding. 6 months of living here, and the brownstone had transformed from museum to home. Damien's books on her shelves. Her paintings in his office. 2 lives fully merged, no boundaries left except the ones they chose to maintain. "Sophie's engagement party is tonight," Elena reminded him. "We should leave by 6. "I remember." Damien pulled her close. "Do I have to make small talk with her fiancé's venture capitalist friends?" "Yes. It's called being social. Normal people do it." "I'm not normal people. I'm a disgraced former billionaire living in Brooklyn and running a startup with my wife." Poor baby. Elena kissed him. How you suffer. His phone buzzed. He ignored it. Buzzed again, insistent. Check it, Elena said. Damien pulled out his phone, his expression shifting from annoyance to surprise. It's from David Okonkwo. He wants to meet. Says it's urgent. David had been one of the 2 board members who'd pushed for the investigation rather than immediate removal, a careful man who'd spent 40 years in corporate law and valued due process over expedience. What do you think he wants? Elena asked. No idea. But David doesn't do urgent unless it actually is. Damien typed a response. I'm meeting him for lunch. Want to come? To a business lunch? I'll pass. I have a client meeting about a new restoration project anyway. She returned to her painting, added final touches to the Virgin's halo. But tell me everything when you get home. Damien. David Okonkwo chose a quiet restaurant in Midtown, the kind of place where deals were made in hushed tones over expensive wine. Damien arrived 15 minutes early out of habit, found David already waiting in a corner booth. Damien. David stood, shook his hand with the firm grip of someone who'd negotiated treaties. Thank you for coming on short notice. You said it was urgent. Damien slid into the booth, studied the older man's face. David looked tired, older than his 65 years. What's going on? David waited until they'd ordered, until the waiter had disappeared, before speaking. Cross Capital is imploding. Hale's aggressive restructuring has alienated key clients, driven away top talent, and exposed the company to significant legal liability. The stock price has dropped 30% in 4 months. Board members are jumping ship. And this morning, I received notice that 3 major investors are pulling their funding. Damien's chest tightened. How bad is it? Bad enough that the board is calling an emergency meeting next week to discuss removing Hale and finding new leadership. David's gaze was steady. They want you back, Damien. As CEO. Full reinstatement, public apology for the investigation's findings, whatever it takes to stabilize the company before it collapses completely. The words landed like stones. Damien sat back, tried to process. They forced me out 4 months ago. Called my marriage fraudulent, my ethics questionable. Now they want me back. They made a mistake. Hale promised growth and delivered chaos. Jonathan's clients are leaving because they don't trust Hale's methods. Employees are demoralized. The company is hemorrhaging value. David leaned forward. You built Cross Capital into what it is? You're the only one who can save it now. Save it. Damien's voice was flat. After they let Hale destroy it. After they chose his version of events over mine. I know. And I'm sorry. I should have fought harder during the investigation. Should have seen what Hale was planning. David's expression was pained. But this is your chance to reclaim Jonathan's legacy. To finish what he started. Isn't that worth swallowing your pride? Damien thought about Jonathan's office, the company they'd built together, the vision of ethical capitalism that had guided every decision. He thought about watching Hale dismantle it piece by piece, turning something good into something ruthless. And he thought about Elena in the brownstone studio, paint-stained and happy, building a life that didn't require empire or validation or proving anything to anyone. I need to think about it, Damien said finally. Talk to Elena. This affects both of us. Of course. But Damien, David's voice was urgent. The board meets in 6 days. If you're going to accept, we need to know soon. Every day Hale remains in charge, more damage is done. They finished lunch discussing logistics, timelines, the political maneuvering required to remove Hale and reinstate Damien. By the time Damien left the restaurant, his head was spinning. He walked instead of calling his car, needed the movement, the cold April air, the space to think. 40 blocks from Midtown to Brooklyn Heights, and with each step, the weight of the decision pressed heavier. Cross Capital. Jonathan's legacy. Everything he'd built and lost and grieved. Or the life he'd found in the wreckage, smaller, simpler, real. He couldn't have both. Accepting the CEO position meant 80-hour weeks, constant travel, the pressure of rebuilding a damaged company while fending off Hale's inevitable legal challenges. It meant less time with Elena, less space for the quiet domesticity they'd built, less room for the person he'd been learning to become. But walking away meant letting Jonathan's vision die. Letting Hale win. Letting everything they'd worked for turn into exactly what Jonathan had feared. Damien reached the brownstone as the sun set, painting Brooklyn in shades of gold. Inside, he found Elena in the kitchen, making dinner while music played from her phone. Some indie artist he'd never heard of before meeting her, now part of the soundtrack of their life. She looked up when he entered, and her smile faded. That bad? That complicated? He set down his jacket, moved to pour wine. David wants me to return to Cross Capital as CEO. The board is removing Hale. They want me to fix what he broke. Elena's hands stilled on the vegetables she'd been chopping. And you're considering it? I don't know. Damien took a long drink. Part of me wants to say yes immediately. Reclaim what was taken, honor Jonathan's legacy, prove that Hale was wrong about me. But the other part? He stopped. The other part likes this life, Elena finished. The smaller, quieter version where you're home for dinner and we have time to just be together. Yes. He moved behind her, wrapped his arms around her waist. I like who I am here. With you. Running a company we built together, making decisions that matter but don't consume everything. I like being someone who has time to watch you work, who knows what music you listen to while cooking, who's learning that success doesn't have to mean empire. Elena turned in his arms. But you miss it. Cross Capital. The scale, the impact, the challenge of building something that big. I miss what it was. What Jonathan and I built together. Damien's voice was rough. I don't miss what Hale's turned it into. But I could fix that. I could restore it to what it was supposed to be. At what cost? Elena's hands framed his face. Damien, I love you. And I'll support whatever you decide. But I need you to be honest. Not with me, with yourself. Do you want to go back because it's right? Or because you're still trying to prove you're worth something? The question hit like a blade. Damien pulled away, moved to the window. Outside, the garden was darkening, spring growth fading into shadow. I don't know, he admitted. Maybe both. Maybe I'm still that 7-year-old kid trying to prove he deserves to be kept. That he's useful enough, valuable enough, good enough to not be abandoned. You don't have to prove that anymore. Elena joined him at the window. Not to the board, not to Jonathan's memory, not to anyone. You're enough exactly as you are. Running a startup in Brooklyn. Making dinner with me. Building something smaller but real. That's enough. Is it? He looked at her, saw love and concern and a fear she was trying to hide. What if I take the job and resent you for holding me back? What if I don't take it and resent myself for walking away? Then we deal with it. Together. Elena's voice was steady. But you need to decide what you actually want, not what you think you should want. Not what would make Jonathan proud or prove Hale wrong or satisfy some board of directors who threw you away 4 months ago. What do you want? Damien was quiet for a long moment, watching the last light fade from the garden. What did he want? I want to matter, he said finally. I want my work to mean something beyond profit margins and stock prices. I want to build something that lasts, that helps people, that proves Jonathan's vision of ethical capitalism can actually work. He turned to face Elena. But I also want this. A life that includes more than just work. Time to breathe and think and be someone other than a so. Those things don't have to be mutually exclusive. Elena's voice was thoughtful. What if you went back, but on different terms? Part-time CEO, with a co-leader who handles day-to-day operations. You provide vision and strategy, but you're not drowning in the details. You reclaim Jonathan's legacy without sacrificing the life we've built. The board would never agree to that. Wouldn't they? They're desperate. The company's collapsing. You have leverage now that you didn't have before. Elena moved closer. Make them meet your terms. Not the other way around. That's what Jonathan would have done, negotiated for what he actually wanted instead of accepting what was offered. Damien pulled her into his arms, buried his face in her hair. When did you get so good at corporate strategy? I've been taking notes from a very controlling billionaire. She smiled against his chest. Former billionaire. Current startup founder. Future part-time CEO if he plays his cards right. They stood like that while the kitchen darkened around them, holding each other while Damien's mind raced through possibilities. Part-time CEO. Shared leadership. Reclaiming the company without sacrificing the life. It could work. If the board was desperate enough. If he was brave enough to demand what he actually wanted instead of what he thought he should accept. I'll call David tomorrow, Damien said finally. Lay out terms. If the board agrees, I'll do it. If not, he pulled back to see Elena's face. If not, I walk away for good. No regrets. No regrets, Elena agreed. Whatever you decide, we face it together. They finished making dinner, ate at the small kitchen table Damien had once thought too informal for real meals, talked about everything except the decision looming over them. After, they climbed to the studio where Elena showed him her finished restoration, the Madonna's face serene, damage transformed into beauty. That's what we do, Elena said softly. We take broken things and make them whole again. Not perfect, but real. Honest about the cracks while still being beautiful. Damien looked at the painting, then at Elena, and felt something settle in his chest. Is that what you did with me? Restored me? No. I just loved you enough to let you restore yourself. She took his hand. That's all anyone can do. Love someone and trust they'll choose to heal. They made love that night with the tenderness of people who'd survived loss and chosen each other anyway. Afterward, Elena fell asleep in his arms while Damien lay awake, watching moonlight paint patterns on the ceiling, thinking about legacy and choice and what it meant to build a life that mattered. At dawn, he called David. I'll come back, Damien said without preamble. But on my terms. Part-time CEO, 40 hours a week maximum. I want Patricia Chen as co-CEO handling operations. I focus on strategy, client relationships, and restoring Jonathan's vision. And I want Hale not just removed, but investigated for the damage he's done. If the board agrees, I'll start next month. If not, I'm out for good. David was quiet for a long moment. Then, I'll present it to the board. They won't like the conditions, but they're desperate enough to agree. Give me 48 hours. Damien hung up, looked at Elena still sleeping beside him, and felt something like peace. He'd made his choice, not the easy one, not the one that proved anything to anyone, but the one that honored both his past and his future. The one that let him be whole. Elena. Sophie's engagement party was exactly what Elena had expected. Brooklyn warehouse converted to event space, craft cocktails, a DJ playing indie music too loud for conversation. She stood at the edge of the crowd, watching Damien navigate small talk with Sophie's fiancé's venture capitalist friends, and marveled at how far they'd come in 6 months. He'd told her about his call to David that morning, about the terms he demanded, about choosing to reclaim his legacy without sacrificing their life. Elena had kissed him and told him she was proud and meant it. You two look happy, Sophie said, appearing beside her with champagne. Disgustingly so. We are. Elena accepted the glass. It's terrifying and wonderful and nothing like I expected. Love usually isn't. Sophie clinked her glass against Elena's. Thank you, by the way, for the restoration work on my engagement gift. Marcus is obsessed with that painting. Marcus has good taste. Elena smiled. And congratulations. Really, you two are perfect together. We're a mess together, but it's our mess. Sophie's expression turned serious. I heard Damien might go back to Cross Capital. How do you feel about that? Honestly? Relieved. Elena watched Damien across the room, saw him laugh at something someone said, genuine, unguarded. He needs to finish what he and Jonathan started. Needs to prove to himself that he can reclaim what was taken without losing who he's become. And I need to trust that he'll keep his promises about balance and boundaries and not disappearing into work. That's very mature of you. Or very terrified. Elena's voice dropped. I'm scared he'll go back and remember how much he loved that life. She gestured at the party at Brooklyn at their smaller existence. Won't be enough anymore. Then you talk about it. Fight about it if you have to. But you don't let fear make decisions for you. Sophie squeezed her arm. You two survived a board investigation, a public scandal, and Marcus Hale's vendetta. You can survive Damien having a demanding job. Across the room, Damien caught Elena's eye. Excused himself from his conversation and navigated through the crowd to her side. "Save me," he murmured. "That venture capitalist just pitched me on cryptocurrency for 15 minutes. Poor baby." Elena handed him her champagne. "How you suffer." "Terribly." He drank, then set the glass aside and pulled her onto the makeshift dance floor. "Dance with me." "Since when do you dance?" "Since I decided life's too short not to." He wrapped his arms around her waist, and they swayed to music neither of them particularly liked, surrounded by people they barely knew, and it felt perfect. "David called while you were talking to Sophie," Damien said against her hair. "The board agreed to my terms. All of them. I start May 1st. Elena pulled back to see his face. "How do you feel?" "Terrified. Excited. Like I'm about to walk into a burning building I helped build." He smiled. "But also like I'm doing the right thing. For Jonathan. For the company. For us." "For you," Elena corrected. "You're doing this for you. Because you want to. That's what matters. I want to do it with you beside me." His voice was serious. "Not as my wife performing a role. As my partner. Someone who'll tell me when I'm working too hard, when I'm losing perspective, when I need to come home and remember why I'm doing any of this. I can do that." Elena's hands slid up to frame his face. "I'm very good at telling you when you're being an idiot. One of your many talents." He kissed her softly. "I love you. Even when you're deliberately antagonizing me. Especially then." She smiled against his mouth. "Someone has to keep your ego in check." They danced until the song ended, then another, then a third. Around them, the party continued. People laughing, drinking, celebrating love in all its messy, complicated forms. And Elena thought about the journey that had brought them here, from a desperate contract to a real marriage, from strangers to partners, from broken to healing. Not perfect. Never perfect. But real. Honest about the cracks while still being beautiful. Later, they walked home through Brooklyn Heights, hand in hand, the April night cool and clear. At the brownstone, they climbed to the bedroom that had been Elena's as a child and was now theirs together, space shared, lives merged, no boundaries left except the ones they chose. "Ready for this?" Elena asked as they undressed for bed. The next chapter. Cross Capital, part-time CEO, balancing two lives instead of one. "No." Damien pulled her close. "But I'm doing it anyway. With you." "With me," Elena agreed. They made love slowly, tenderly, like people who'd learned that intimacy was built in quiet moments as much as passionate ones. Afterward, they lay tangled together in the dark, listening to Brooklyn breathe outside their window. "Jonathan would be proud," Elena said quietly, "of what you're doing. Taking back the company on your terms. Building a life that includes more than just work." "I hope so." Damien's voice was rough. "I miss him. Wish he could see this. See us. Know that his ridiculous will actually worked. Maybe he does see it." Elena pressed closer. "Maybe he's somewhere being incredibly smug about his matchmaking skills." "Definitely. And planning an 'I told you so' speech for when I eventually join him." They fell silent, holding each other while the brownstone settled around them. Outside, spring continued its patient work, buds becoming blossoms, frozen earth warming, damage from winter transforming into new growth. Inside, two people who'd started as a transaction and become something real tried to sleep, tried to believe that the future they were building would be strong enough to hold them both. And in the morning, they'd wake up and try again. One day at a time. One honest conversation at a time. One choice at a time to keep choosing each other, even when it was hard, even when it was scary, even when easier paths beckoned. Because that's what love was, not the fairy tale, not the performance, but the daily decision to stay, to fight, to build something that lasted despite the cracks. Together. Damien, 3 months later. Damien stood in Jonathan's old office. His office now, reclaimed and restored, and looked at the photograph on his desk. Jonathan and Richard Morgan, dusty and grinning, arms around each other's shoulders in the Kuwait desert. Beside it, a new photo, Damien and Elena on the brownstone's front stoop, laughing at something off-camera, real and unguarded. 3 months as part-time CEO, and Cross Capital was stabilizing. Clients were returning. Employees were rebuilding trust. Patricia Chen was brilliant at operations, handling the details while Damien focused on vision and strategy. It was working. Not perfectly. Never perfectly. But well enough. His phone buzzed. Elena, dinner at 7. Don't be late. I'm making your favorite. Damien smiled, typed back, leaving now. Love you. He gathered his briefcase, nodded to Patricia as he passed her office, took the elevator down to where Thomas waited. The drive to Brooklyn Heights took 30 minutes, and Damien spent it reviewing notes for tomorrow's board meeting, then deliberately putting them away. Work stayed at work now. Home was home. The boundary wasn't always clean, but he was learning. At the brownstone, he found Elena in the kitchen, flour dusting her nose, pasta dough rolled out on the counter. She looked up when he entered, and her smile was the same one that had cracked him open 6 months ago. You're early, she said. I'm learning. He kissed her, tasted flour and wine. What are we celebrating? Life. The fact that we survived. She gestured at the dining table, set for 2 with candles and the good china they never used. Also, I got a commission from the Met. They want me to restore a Caravaggio. Elena, that's... He stopped, pulled her into his arms. That's incredible. You're incredible. I know. But her voice was thick with emotion. It's everything I've worked for. Everything I thought I'd lost when my father died. You didn't lose it. You just took a detour. Damien held her close, breathed in the scent of her shampoo and paint and home. I'm so proud of you. They finished making dinner together, a dance they'd perfected over months of practice, moving around each other with easy familiarity. Over pasta and wine, they talked about her commission, his board meeting, the garden renovation they were planning for summer. Ordinary conversation. Domestic and real. Everything Damien had spent 35 years avoiding and now couldn't imagine living without. After dinner, they climbed to the studio. Elena showed him preliminary sketches for the Caravaggio restoration while Damien reviewed contracts on his laptop. Working in parallel, comfortable silence broken by occasional questions or observations. At midnight, Elena set down her pencil. Come to bed. Damien closed his laptop, followed her to their bedroom. They undressed slowly, climbed under sheets that smelled like lavender and home, held each other in the dark. Are you happy? Elena asked quietly. Yes. The answer came without hesitation. I'm exhausted and challenged and sometimes overwhelmed. But I'm happy. Are you? Yes. She pressed closer. I have everything I wanted, my work, my home. It's not perfect, but it's real. That's enough. More than enough. Damien kissed her forehead. It's everything. They fell asleep tangled together, 2 people who'd started as a contract and become a partnership, who'd survived scandal and loss and the terrifying vulnerability of actually choosing each other. And in the morning, they'd wake up and do it again. Keep choosing each other, keep building their imperfect, honest, real life together. One day at a time. One choice at a time. Forever, if they were lucky. But even if forever didn't last, they'd have this. The brownstone mornings and Brooklyn nights, the restored paintings and rebuilt company, the quiet moments and fierce fights and everything in between. They'd have each other. And that was more than either of them had ever expected to find. That was everything. Elena, 1 year later. The anniversary of their marriage arrived on a Tuesday. Elena woke to find Damien already dressed, sitting at the edge of their bed with coffee and a small box wrapped in silver paper. Happy anniversary, he said. Elena sat up, accepted the coffee and the box. Inside, a key. Old brass, ornate, the kind that belonged to antique furniture. It's for the locked drawer, Damien said quietly. In your father's desk. The one I kept his letter in. I had it refinished, moved it to my office at Cross Capital. Thought you might want to use it. Keep your own secrets. Elena's throat tightened. You kept my father's desk. I kept a lot of things. Photographs, letters, the files about the payments and the consultations. Everything that tells the truth about who he was, not just the addict, but the soldier, the friend, the father who loved you enough to ask me to protect you. Damien's hand found hers. I thought you might want them someday. When you're ready. I'm ready now. Elena set down her coffee, pulled him close. Thank you. For keeping his memory honest. For not letting me forget the good parts along with the bad. They drove to Manhattan together, Damien to his office and Elena to the Met for a consultation on the Caravaggio. At Cross Capital, she followed him to his office, Jonathan's old space, now decorated with photographs of both their lives, evidence of two worlds merged. Her father's desk sat by the window, refinished and beautiful. Elena unlocked the drawer, found it full of files, photographs, letters. Evidence of Richard Morgan's complicated life. His service, his friendship with Jonathan, his struggles, his love for his daughter. She spent an hour reading while Damien worked, occasionally looking up to watch her. When she finally closed the drawer, she felt something release in her chest. Not forgiveness, her father's choices had been his own. But understanding. Acceptance that people could be both good and flawed, that love and damage could coexist. Thank you, she said again. Damien stood, pulled her into his arms. We're having dinner tonight. Somewhere special. Patricia's covering my afternoon meetings. Somewhere special? You'll see. He kissed her. Meet me at the penthouse at 7. The penthouse. They hadn't been back since moving to Brooklyn Heights. Damien had kept it but rarely used it, preferring the brownstone's warmth to the sterile luxury of his old life. At 7, Elena arrived to find the space transformed. Candles everywhere, soft music, the city glittering beyond the windows. And Damien, dressed in a suit that reminded her of their first meeting, standing by the bar with champagne. What is this? Elena asked. A renegotiation. Damien handed her champagne, led her to the sofa where they'd sat a year ago, strangers negotiating a contract. 1 year ago, I offered you a deal. Marriage for money, clear terms, 1 year and done. You accepted because you were desperate and I was manipulative and neither of us knew what we were doing. I remember. Elena's voice was soft. I also remember being terrified. So was I. Terrified you'd see through me, terrified the arrangement would fail, terrified I'd feel something I couldn't control. He set down his champagne, took both her hands. But I did feel something. And it didn't destroy me. It saved me. Elena's eyes filled. Damien. Let me finish. He squeezed her hands. The original contract specified 1 year. That year is over. Technically, we're both free to walk away. The terms are fulfilled, the debt is paid, we owe each other nothing. I don't want to walk away. Neither do I. Damien reached into his jacket, pulled out a small box. Which is why I'm renegotiating. New terms. No end date. No separate bedrooms. No emotional distance. Just us, choosing each other every day for as long as we both want this. He opened the box. Inside, 2 rings. Not the cold platinum band he'd given her a year ago, but warm gold with small diamonds, elegant, timeless, real. These were my grandmother's, Damien said quietly. The only family heirloom I have. Jonathan kept them for me, gave them to me before he died. Said to save them for someone who mattered. His voice was rough. You matter, Elena. More than anything. More than the company or the money or proving anything to anyone. You matter. Elena was crying now, couldn't stop. Yes. I haven't asked the question yet. I don't care. The answer is yes. She held out her hand. Yes to new terms. Yes to no end date. Yes to choosing you every day. Yes to everything. Damien slid the ring onto her finger, perfect fit, like it had been waiting for her. Then he put on his own, and they sat on the sofa where their story had started, holding each other while the city breathed below them. I love you, Damien said. I'm still terrible at emotions and I'll probably mess this up constantly, but I love you. I love you too. Elena pulled back to see his face. Even though you're controlling and closed off and sometimes insufferable. Only sometimes? I'm being generous. She kissed him. It's our anniversary. They made love on the penthouse sofa, then again in the bedroom Damien had once occupied alone, surrounded by windows and city lights and the life they'd built from a contract that was supposed to mean nothing. Later, wrapped in sheets that smelled like expensive hotels and new beginnings, Elena traced the ring on her finger. What happens now? She asked. Now we go home. Damien pulled her closer. To Brooklyn. To our life. And we keep building it. One day at a time. One day at a time, Elena agreed. They left the penthouse at midnight, drove back to Brooklyn Heights through quiet streets. At the brownstone, they climbed to their bedroom and fell asleep holding each other, wearing rings that meant forever instead of 1 year, choosing love instead of safety. And in the morning, they'd wake up and do it again. Keep choosing each other through the ordinary and the extraordinary, the easy and the hard, the damage and the healing. Because that's what they'd learned in a year of marriage that started as a lie and became the truest thing either of them had ever known, that love wasn't a contract or a transaction or a carefully negotiated arrangement. It was a daily choice. A renegotiation that never ended. A promise to keep showing up, keep being honest, keep choosing each other even when it was terrifying. Especially when it was terrifying. Together. Boys. Then.